Okay, board members, attention please, we're going to get started. So this June 23rd, 2026 work session is called to order at 11:18 a.m. We are going to hold on voting in Mr. Dunn because he is not with us. So we have exciting topic in front of us today, 2.02 FY25 OAG Annual Report and FY27 Risk Assessment and Audit Topics. We're very excited to have with us Auditor General Esther Koh and Deputy General Ms. Moore. So they will be taking the presentation from here, so I call on them to present these topics. For board members, we will be having discussion after we go through all of the presentations.
Thank you, Mr. McLeveen. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. So Danielle Moore is our Deputy Auditor General. So both the two of us will be presenting this fun and exciting materials with you all. So please excuse my deep voice today. I'm recovering from a cold. So my goal is that we can do tag team and then do the presentation first, about 30 minutes. And like Mr. McLeveen mentioned, we will open for questions afterwards. So we have 3 items to cover today. First, we are going to look back to the work that completed by the Office of Auditor General, OAG, in the last fiscal year 25. And then we will look forward into the future. Actually, it's just a few days after that is already fiscal year 27, only 1 week after. So we are going to share the audit topics that we want to propose to do for fiscal year 27. And to bridge the two, we will also provide a mid-year briefing about what we have done in fiscal year 26 so far, so that you can hear the full cycle of OAG work. And before we start and pulling up the presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Audit Committee Chair, Mr. McLeveen, and also all the Audit Committee members from the school board joining us. And then I also want to thank our community members. Within the Audit Committee, we have 2 community members. They are Ms. Aparna Krishna and also Ms. Nanette Henderson, who work tirelessly with my office, going through many audits and follow-up reports. And of course, I want to thank my team as well. And I would also like to thank Dr. Reed and the management team, always collaborating with my office. So it allows an objective evaluation of FCPS processes, but also allow for working together, collaboration, discussion of how to improve our processes. And of course, audit is a fun topic as we started, but I know that sometimes it may not be, so I really appreciate everyone's support. Just sometimes. Okay, so with that, we will start with the fiscal year 25 OAG annual report, which is item number 1. I would like to first provide some background about OAG, particularly for those community members who is watching this work session today, that the office reports directly to the school board, and per our audit charter, policy 1105, the office has unrestricted access to all school division information, which is relevant to the areas under review. With this independent structure and access, it allows my office to carry out the mission effectively. And OAG follows something called the government auditing standards. These standards are issued by the Government Accountability Office. And in the auditor world, we called it as a yellow book, and many times I like visuals, so I brought a yellow book with us. So you can see it. This is the standard that we follow. And what is our mission? Our mission is to determine whether ongoing processes at the divisions are designed, adequately designed, functioning effectively, efficiently, and be fully accountable to our community members. And we achieve this goal through our 4 pillars of work. And I know that each time I talk about these 4 pillars, so I'm sure you all can memorize that. The first one is about risk assessment, meaning how we come up with the audit topics. And the second one is internal audit, meaning our bread and butter. And the third one is the management of the fraud, waste, and abuse inquiries. And the last one is outreach and education. So for the clock, we can actually go a little bit down too. I'm going to skip some of the pages. Page 4 is a good place to stop. So within OAG, we have a total of 8 full-time equivalent employees, 7 auditors, and 1 admin. But within this small group, we actually have a lot of expertise in it. So as you can see, we have certified public accountants, we have certified internal auditors, certified fraud examiners, and certified information system auditors. And this sounds a lot of alphabets, but I just want to highlight that because it provides the public to know that we have the credentials to do the work that we have been asked to do. And then we can move on to the bottom of this page, which is the OAG value. And we can stop here, the table. So this table, we would like to quantify for you all how we know that the work of OAG is being done effectively. So we are using a couple of data points. First one is from an organization called the Council of Great City School. So as you can see, the indicators listed here based upon the latest 24-25 results. OAG is operating more effectively and efficiently than other school districts, internal audit offices that are within the indicators. OAG is independent, and we also collaborative with management, and you can see that our recommendations are fully accepted by management team. And at the same time, we also conduct post-audit surveys, which is listed on the following page. And you can see that we asked 8 different themes of questions, and our goal is to get a 90% of yes about these 8 questions. And we met this goal during fiscal year 25. And at the bottom of this page, we listed many other OAG achievements, accomplishments, and I just want to highlight 2 here. One is that we completed all the approved audits by the board. And the secondly is about peer review. Peer review here means who is auditing OAG, right? We also want to ensure that our quality is up for standard. So every 3 years, we receive external reviewers to come in. And this year is particularly challenging. It's not because of the work itself, it's because the coming of the external reviewers happened to be the week that we have a heavy snowstorm. If you all remember, it was like the 10 inches snow and something like that. So Danielle and I have to really come into the office to really work with the evaluators at the time. And we were very fortunate to get the highest rating possible, which is the pass rating with no management letter comments. And with that, I would like to move forward to page 6. Page 6 outlines the risk assessment process, and I'm going to skip it because when I talk about the fiscal year 27 plan, we will go through that in depth again. And then on page 7, it shows the process of internal audit. And I got these questions quite a lot. It's like, hey, Esther, is it after the issue of the audit reports, then we won't see you again? The answer is no, because fortunately, I say, right, it's good to see the friendly auditors. The truth is that we will follow up on all the audit recommendations, suggestions with management, and then we will report the status with the audit committee, and then also share the report with the school board in my monthly communications. And then on page 8, it shows our fraud, waste, and abuse effort. See something, say something is always the theme within reporting things ahead of time. So you can see the different categories of situations that we received here. On the right side, there are like the colorful grid with like the titles, such as vendor, contractual executions, use of assets, residency, so on and so forth. I just want to make a statement here to ensure community members know, and also our employees are fully aware that my office takes all the concerns very seriously, and then we looked into each one of them with full due diligence. And I also want to say this too, while myself is an auditor, this is my only job I know how to do. But I need to say this is that conducting audits is not the most effective way to find fraud, waste, and abuse. Because you're like finding a needle in the haystack. Audits by default is sampling. So what is the most effective way to identify fraud, waste, and abuse concerns are really people bring it to our attention through tip line. So fraud, waste, and abuse is a very good tool, providing that our employees feel comfortable, to share through the tip line, and so that we can take early actions before it becomes a problem. So with that, page 9 and 10 shows the last pillar of work, right? Like going back to my earlier point, how could we making sure our employees or community members feel comfortable to use the hotline? We really need to come out, like not serving as really internal audit. We really need to making sure what we do, people is aware of them. So, so here on this slide, it shows about the audit bus. And I really need to give a big shout out to Danielle, because she's always like our author for Audit Bus, and then making sure that it is being issued on a monthly basis. The only break time that we took is during summer. Other than that, we will issue the Audit Bus on a monthly basis. And also thank you for you all too to help us to spread the word so that people subscribing to it. And as an auditor, we don't really see the subscriptions, it's a number. We actually now use a more accurate number, is how many people actually opened the Audit Bus emails. So as you can see, the trend is moving upward. After July 2024, you can see the statistics is above 800. People really open the Audit Bus emails. Other than issuing the Audit Bus, we also keep our OAG website update, and we have been also providing a lot of training and education so through different methods. One is through the National Association of State Boards Accountancy, where we really literally issue a certificate where people can claim continuous professional education credits. We also very fortunate to have time to present at Leadership Kickoff and also the Finance Tech Annual Training. So particular thank to management to allow this to happen. And we are also hosting a DMV auditor group. DMV stands for our neighboring districts, and that we have a group of about 20 auditors across DC, Maryland, and Virginia that we meet on a quarterly basis to talk about hot topics in the internal audit area. And we also celebrate the Internal Audit Awareness Month. I know you all know it's the month of May, what that's just passed. And thank you for showing up physically and thinking about it as well. Okay, so with that, I would like to transition into Danielle to talk about page 11 about our audit results.
Thank you, Esther. As Esther mentioned, on page 11, I'm going to begin discussing the audit results for our FY25 audits. We completed all audits, which included 6 performance audits and 14 business process audits. And as you can see on page 11, we categorized the findings and observations under high risk, moderate risk, low risk, and observation. And when we talk about high risk, those items are where controls are not in place or are inadequate, or there's areas of noncompliance. For medium risk, that means controls are in place but are not sufficiently complied with, or noncompliance with FCPS regulations. Low risk would be controls are in place, but the level of compliance varies, but it's not systematic. And then observation does not fit the definition of being high, medium, or low. These are more of items that are opportunities for improvement. So beginning on page 12, we give a little bit more detail about the audits that we conducted. So our first performance audit is the procurement process audit. During this audit, we identified 3 moderate risk findings, 1 low risk finding, and 1 observation. Some of those key findings include unalignment of policies and regulations and guidance regarding the vendor approval process between the Office of Procurement Services, the Office of Cybersecurity, and the Department of Information Technology. Another key finding was operational inefficiencies in vendor communication and the review processes that exist impacting the vendor solicitation. Our second audit is the student disciplinary process audit, and the results of this audit was exempt from disclosure based on the Virginia Code, but we did share those audit results in a closed meeting with the audit committee. Our third audit is the critical process review hiring audit. This audit, we identified 3 moderate risk findings and 1 low risk findings. Some of the key findings included challenges with the design of the hiring and onboarding process that may lead to inconsistent application of hiring practices, as well as a limited number of measurable goals and objectives tied to milestones throughout the hiring process, may prevent management from measuring operational effectiveness. As you go on over to page 13, we have the construction and renovation contracting process audit. During this audit, we identified 1 high-risk finding, 3 moderate risk findings, and 1 observation. Some of the key findings include noncompliance with project and contract terms and the design and construction manual, and several areas where improvement could be made in the FCPS construction monitoring practices. Our next audit is our local school activity funds audit, and this is an audit that we conduct every year based on the Virginia Code. This audit, we had, I believe there were a couple recommendations. The main observation. The main observation was that out of the total of 202 sites that we audited, we noted exceptions of noncompliance with FCP regulations at 73 sites. There were no exceptions noted at the remaining 129 sites. We also wanted to mention that the exceptions occurred at the site level and did not impact the site's cash year-end balance, or it did not, there was no material effect on the financial reporting as FCP as a division as a whole. Our next audit, which is on page 14, is our continuous monitoring, where we look at appropriated and non-appropriated transactions on a quarterly basis. We also do conduct site visits on a quarterly basis at a number of sites. So during FY25, out of the 202 sites, there were 103 sites with no exceptions noted. 55 sites had exceptions noted in 3 or fewer areas, and 45 did not have any transactions appear in the sample. And we did a total of 68 site visits in person. And I just wanted to mention our continuous monitoring, the non-appropriated transactions do kind of roll over into our local school activities funds audit. So we use that as our sample for local school activity funds audit. Okay, also on page 14 was the business process audits. As I mentioned, we conducted 14 business process audits in FY25, including 1 school and, including 1 office and 13 schools. During the business process audits, if you look at on page 15, you will see a chart that provides the themes of the business process audits by high, medium, and low. We identified 37 low-risk findings, 8 moderate risk findings, and 2 high-risk findings. The key findings were related to the purchasing process, timeliness of payments, bank and non-bank reconciliation, and sufficiency of documentation. Further down page 15, I will go into the audit recommendation follow-up. As Esther mentioned, once we complete the audit, you're not completely done with us. We come back on a quarterly basis to make sure that the corrective actions are being effectively implemented. So at the beginning of FY25, we had 14 open recommendations from prior years that remain outstanding. During the year, we made a total of 45 new recommendations and reported 30 recommendations closed. As of July 31st, 29 recommendations from the current and prior year remain outstanding, and those were related to the food and nutrition services audit, the procurement process audit, the critical process review hiring audit, and the construction and renovation contracting process audit. So now I would like to transition over into the mid-year briefing. And we wanted to provide the mid-year briefing just because the annual report we completed back in January. So we wanted to fill in the gap of what we've done since that time. So if you look on slide number 3 for the mid-year briefing, I'm kind of going to skip around a little bit. We currently have completed the number 2, which is the healthcare claims management, as well as number 5, the school and office safety audits. Those audits were exempt from disclosure based on the Virginia Code, in accordance with the Virginia Code, but we did discuss those in a closed session with the audit committee. Currently, we have the hourly employee instruction and stipends audit. We actually just completed that and reported out in our June audit committee meeting. We have our local school activity funds audit, which is scheduled to be presented during next fiscal year. Our specific contracts and vendor management audit, we're scheduled to have that completed and presented to the audit committee in September, as well as continuous monitoring, which is ongoing. And I think Esther mentioned about the OAG system of quality management and external peer review. We did have a peer review conducted this year, and we passed with the highest rating, but we have continued to update our processes, our internal process, to make sure that we're conducting quality audits. And as well, the Yellow Book, or GAGS, the Generally Accepted Government Auditing Standards, have been updated. So we had to update our processes based on their updates that were made. And then I wanted to go over to talk a little bit more about the business process audits. On slide number 5, you can see we have provided a table of the business process audits. We completed 7 business process audits since, beginning of 2026 for one high risk, that include one high risk one high risk finding, 4 moderate risk findings, and 11 low risk findings. And then we've conducted an additional 5 business process audits that were presented in our June 2026 audit committee meeting. And then I wanted to skip over to I want to talk a little bit more about the audit follow-up, which is on slide 13. So at the beginning of January 31st, 2026, we currently had 16 recommendations from the current and prior years remaining outstanding. And these were related to, again, the food and nutrition service audit, which has 2 outstanding recommendations. Procurement process audit has 4 recommendations outstanding. The critical process review for hiring has 4 recommendations outstanding. And the construction and renovation contracting process audit currently has 6 recommendations outstanding. And we did have a more updated briefing that was provided in our June audit committee meeting. So if you are curious or want more information, you can access that information on board docs. And I would like to turn it over to Esther to talk a little bit more about the updates for fraud, waste, and abuse.
Thank you. So on slide 14, that it shows again our fraud, waste, and abuse effort. And again, this is a breach between the fiscal year 25 annual report and then also the future, right? So I'm sorry, it may be a little bit small and maybe the clerk can make it bigger, but if not, you can also see it on the board docs or on your laptop as well. We got a questions sometimes is that how are we doing? Is this number represent a good indicator or not so good indicator? So the response that I would like to provide, it is a great question, right? And how do we know about the health? Is it a healthy situation or is not? I want to say this, that I suggest for fraud, waste, and abuse, we should compare it internally with FCPS statistics. It's because like each organization operates a little bit differently and they may have different types of hotlines, different contents of hotline reporting. Here, what we try to do also, you may notice that there is one more data points provided here, which is the reportable columns. So not only presenting the entire total amount that we received in that fiscal year, we also highlight the number of cases that have been reported to the audit committee. And those are situations that may have credibility of fraud, waste, and abuse, or situations that are more high profile, or then maybe more systemic, control deficiency, so on and so forth. And you can see that the reportable percentage out of the total caseload is increasing. So to me, it means that the authenticity of the cases reported in is actually more meaningful when we looked at it, because a lot of them yield, an authentic outcome. So with that, I would like to do another promotion here. Please use this hotline and please use this means and allow your constituents to know, because together we can make it a bigger fraud prevention team. And with that, I would also then like to move on to slide 16, of this presentation. And I'm very proud to say that in the fiscal year 26 up until April, we have trained almost 2,000 employees and external stakeholders. Considering a team of our size, I really think that is a big accomplishment, and we are trying to making sure every employees know about Office of Auditor General and who we are and what we do. And again, thank you for your partnership with us to share this with your constituents as well. And then with that, I would like to transition to our last presentation so that we can end this presentation. Part of today's meeting is the fiscal year 27 risk assessment and audit topics. So now we are looking into the future in about a week about what we are proposing to do for the audit. So this presentation is the roadmap guiding our audit efforts for the upcoming fiscal year. And I will mainly going through this PowerPoint only, and there's another document that goes hand in hand with the PowerPoint, which is notated as item number 4, the same title name in board docs, if you're interested to read more details. So I would like to start off in talking about slide 3. Slide 3 here sets the stage of our discussion, and this slide outlines our mission and our authority, and I have mentioned about that earlier on when we talked about the fiscal year 25 annual report. And each year we will set aside some audit topics, and then we were presenting that to the audit committee. And this year we were able to do it in March. And now we are moving forward to propose it to the school board because the audit committee concurred with our plan. And we will be talking about it, the details today. And slide 4 provide more details about how we develop the audit plan. And we have received inputs from many different resources. And I want to talk about that under 2A. We did a very robust benchmarking exercise to see what are the other topics that the internal audit departments around the nations do. So we looked at 24 different internal audit departments. Many of them were actually leading in big department, with a large enrollment of students in the nation. And then we also solicited feedback from school board and also audit committee members, including the community members. So we got a majority of responses from 10 school board members and the 2 community members respond. So thank you for your help so that we can see whether your feedback on our proposal. And then we also solicited feedback from employees. We have conducted 31 interviews, mainly with leadership team members. And then we also collected 85 surveys. The total number of surveys that we sent out is about 240. So it's a pretty good response rate of about 30%. And then we also consider all the different types of risk, right? It has financial, reputational, operational risk, and then before we proposed our plan. So with that, we can move on to slide 5. So this is the heavy loaded page, I think, is our outcomes for the audits to be done. So there are 4 main audits, new audits that we are proposing. One is the athletic programs, focusing on the funds component and how our working relationship with the booster organizations. Item 2 is continuous background and professional verification. And we know that the importance to put a trusted adult in front of our children. So OAG would like to validate that process across the district. And number 3 is the fundraising activity. So fundraising activity is a little bit broader than just the athletic programs. We actually propose to first starting looking at fundraising activity first in the first half of the fiscal year of 27. So once we know kind of the baseline, and then we will go into the athletic programs in the second half of the fiscal year. And then item number 4 is specific contracts. And we know that contracts monitoring is really important. So in fiscal year 26, meaning currently, we are looking at Department of Special Services and then also Instructional Services Department on how they monitor their contracts. And in fiscal year 27, we propose to look at DIT, Department of Information Technology, to understand how they manage their contracts. And the other ones are some continuous and also annual audit that we do every year. So I'm going to skip those. And slide 6. Slide 6 here are some other considerations I want to highlight. Here are 3 topics that are also rise to the top horizon, but we did not include this topic, so to speak, formally into our fiscal year 27 plan. The first one is about student transfer process and CIP. We of course know that this is a very important topic. We at the same time know that the boundary work has just been completed, so we want to leave some time for that new boundary to work out and before we consider auditing this topic in fiscal year 28 or after. And then the second one is the artificial intelligence governance framework. This year, for fiscal year 27, we propose to look at the DIT contracts. And as we know that the IT AI governance policy is still in the development phase and we are starting using it, we just want to give it a little bit more time before we audit it so that we can see the impact. And the last one is career and technical education programs. We will continue to integrate this type of programs in our regular school audits so we can see that how on the ground the school are really operating for the CTE programs and then to ensure the regular checks and balances are in place. So even though for CTE program, we do not include this as a central program to be audited, but we include the aspect of it in the school audits. And then moving on, slide 7 is our is some of the key metrics that we use. And you may ask, hey, Esther, why these 4 topics? And here are some of the high-level reasons about why. All these 4 new topics are identified through benchmarking, meaning that they are overwhelmingly the other school district internal audit shops also looked at it. And then we also get the majority of the school board and audit committee members who responded to us, they supported it as well. And moving on to the next slide is our operational plan based upon the resources that we have and how we're going to kind of have these audits to be completed. And then for the following pages, because of the interest of time, I think I'm going to kind of just skip over them because these are the slides that talks about the details of each one of the audits. Maybe just highlight one thing here. This is the local school activity funds audit. Many of you have heard our presentation about it. I would like to clarify that it mentioned about cash balances are fairly stated. The cash defined it here include cash and cash equivalent. So it has also checks, cash, and anything in that form, we will be checking that as part of the local school activity fund audit. So with that, I would like to jump over to slide 20 to expedite our presentation so that we can open up for questions. Here are some of the useful links that we can use if you are interested to find out more about the Office of Auditor General. So with that, I would like to end this presentation. I know that last year when I came, I say similar thing, that when I think about OAG, it can actually stand for different words, right? One, of course, is Office of Auditor General, and it can also stand for one amazing group. So thank you for being in this group with us, because without your support, it will not work for internal audit like OAG, so that we can all working together to be fully accountable to our community members. So with that, I would like to hand the time back to the meeting manager.
Well, thank you both so much for that very in-depth and quick presentation. We have 2 folks with placards up, so we'll start with Dr. Anderson, followed by Mr. Moon. We'll begin with Mr. Moon, followed by Dr. Anderson.
But that doesn't really matter, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. As a member of the Audit Committee, I fully support your recommendations for next year. And also, as to your comment earlier about people in your office working tirelessly, yes, absolutely. But that's making a audit committee member, just one member, becoming very tired because you do so much work, and there's so much, reports that I have to read and become familiar with. With that said, I want to take you back to, I don't know which PowerPoint presentation this one is, about 2025. It's going back. I'm going back. 2025 construction and renovation contracting process audit. that since that construction money that we are using is a large amount, $230 million per year, basically that's our cash flow from the county, and that there was a high-risk finding for out of that audit, and there are still 6 recommendations outstanding. I know this was presented to the audit committee for the rest of my colleagues and the public once again. If you could comment on those remaining recommendations outstanding and how you think the management is going to address those outstanding recommendations, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Moon, for the question and helping us to frame, like we have done this audit, so what right now? I would like to defer to Ms. Moore to kind of go over the details, but based upon my understanding, we see continuous improvements like from the management, so the process is in place, but yes, we still have some recommendations that are open. So if Danielle, if you can go through them at a high level.
The remaining recommendations that we have are finalizing the design and construction manual, which they have been working on, but they're still in the process of completing some edits and going through leadership review. So that was one of the items that are still open. Another item is establishing the key performance indicators and benchmarking. So they have to establish those indicators and then give some time to collect the data to kind of benchmark against year after year. So that is still in process, as well as exploring the solution for creating dashboards. So I believe Design and Construction has attempted to build a dashboard with, I think the system is called KUA. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, but found that there was some external access that was restricted. So I think they're kind of going back to see what other platforms they can use. I believe Click is one of them that they have mentioned that they are evaluating to see going forward if they'll be able to use that as a dashboard.
Any of those outstanding recommendations related to that high-risk finding, or are you able to talk about and address that?
So we may need a little bit of time to kind of to link everything together, Mr. Moon.
I'm sorry that I didn't give you a heads up.
No, it's good. So if you don't mind, just a quick second. Maybe do you have any other questions while Danielle is
That's
looking?
basically what I have.
Maybe I can first go back to the...
The high-risk finding was we identified instances of noncompliance with the project terms and the design and construction manual. So I think one is the manual is still in process of being updated. And also implementing a monitoring process to increase accountability and assure compliance with those contracting guidelines, including completing daily reports at the construction sites, doing the punch list, which is a tracking of everything that needs to be done to complete the project, and submittal timelines. So I believe I know last time the punch list, we did close that recommendation. Sorry, let me go back 1 second. I'm gonna make sure I'm telling you correctly. Yeah, so we did close 3 of those items, which is implementing a formal process for documenting and approving the project timelines, implementing a process for the punch list, as well as reevaluating the period of time from the substantial time to the final completion dates, which I think they were going to remove the 30-day requirement period because there had been some delays in trying to meet that final completion date.
So a recommendation still outstanding. What is your understanding of how the management, when those gonna be actually addressed or complied with?
So we are going to follow up on a quarterly basis for all the open recommendations. I don't know if management gave us a revised due date to complete those items.
So as of right now, I don't think we have a revised due date. I know the last 3 that are still open were due as of April 30th, but we have seen movement on those items. So we will, during our next quarterly follow-up, we will get those updated due dates from them.
Just for the superintendent and where did he go? He's not here. So to work with the OAG to see whether those recommendations can be complied with.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moon. Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. First, I would like to offer my congratulations for a successful audit of your office. Can you speak a little bit in terms of the auditing that takes place of your office? Is that an industry recommendation? Is it mandated, or is it something that you have optionally opted into?
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Great question. So per the government auditing standard, is actually a requirement that each of the shop, if we claim compliance with it, then we have to have this external peer review to be done every 3 years.
Thank you for that. One of the documents that, well, rather a tool that you pointed to, now I can't find the page because I didn't write it, the data snipper. Is that a tool that you're using to evaluate local funds, or is that a tool that sites are using, or both? Can you kind of tease that out a little bit more, please?
Sure, that is a tool that we're using to analyze transactions. So we'll dump all the school's transactions into the system, and then we will select a sample based on different parameters. We're looking for transactions over $10,000. Are we looking for transactions under $10,000? So that helps us to streamline our review and compile our work papers so to make sure that we have sufficient audit evidence based on the conclusions that we come to.
So it just helps kind of organize your work a little bit. What did you use before the installation of this system? Was it all manual?
No, we've actually had 2 tools. We've used IDEA, which is a similar tool that just helps do a data analysis and compile the information, and we also use.
Yeah, of course, that Excel is always a great tool, right? But for Data Sniper, if I may also complement what Danielle mentioned, Dr. Anderson, the power for this is that it can convert a lot of PDF into Excel in a large volumes. So I think it specifically helped us at FCPS, as you know that we have a lot of scanned copies, manual or electronic, so it's actually helped us to eliminate a lot of the manual error, right? If you need to ask someone typed in that, like the dinosaur's age. So we are very fortunate to be able to use this tool. And also the other thing which is powerful, and I think OAG is working very hard on, is really to tailor the scripts that we use to run report, right? So now you have all the data set, and then so what? You really need to think kind of like maybe based upon the fraud, waste, and abuse cases that we are looking into, so we have more insights into how the data, what will look like a red flags, so we can then immediately update our scripts, like the prompts I put in, and then we run the right formula, and then we can get the results, then we can focus on those higher risk areas, if it makes sense.
No, absolutely. Thank you for explaining that. I also appreciate the comments that you made regarding fraud, waste, and abuse, the guidance that you've given about how audit is just a needle in a haystack, that it is most productive when there's an actual report. So I want to ensure that we are elevating that guidance to the people at large, to those who work a little bit more closely in these areas than we do, to help bring attention to areas that might require it. And pivoting to the audit buzz, because I think that's where you get your information a little bit more, your outreach is greater through that. And I know that we've all added that to our newsletters. Is there a social media presence for your office?
If I may, that's a great idea. We tried to do it before, but because of the resources that we have, we just could not really like follow through all the social media and be able to responsive to any comments that we may collect. So we do continuously update our website, but not like creating something like Twitter or some Instagram. We don't have those.
Yeah, the website is for people who are looking for something specifically. If you're just trying to raise awareness, you know, the casual user is going to see it on their social media feed and like, oh, this office exists. I'm not going to the website unless I'm really looking for something specific. So I wonder how you can make that work for you in a way that is evergreen and does not allow for like the heavy responses back and forth that you'll need somebody to manage. I think there's some ways around that.
We can look into
just
that.
to raise awareness, so it's out here, but you know, in your header, it's like, come and visit us here if you have questions or if you want to report, rather than having to track the social media aspect. So that's just something I want to raise to you. My next set of questions were really around much of what Mr. Moon has begun to talk about, which was the construction renovation. The findings that you listed were, there were high risk, 1 high risk, 3 moderate, and 1 observation. Can you speak a little bit first in terms of how is the observation different from a recommendation?
I can start with that, and when Danielle can get ready for the details. So I'm going to be a little bit more like an auditor when we talk about the definitions, if I may. So a finding, we have to have a very clear criteria. So like, let's say, like FCPS policy and regulations say this, that if there is any like kind of deterrence from that or any deterrence from the yellow book, then we will call it as a finding. A very clear delineation with the criteria. And then we will call it as a finding as well if there is a direct contribution to the audit study that we are doing, like direct related to the audit objective. However, during the audit, we sometimes also find some anecdotal or something else that we also want to raise it to the attention of the readers, and then we call them as the observation.
Can an observation also be high risk?
No.
Okay, so the observation, so there's no space for something that you are accidentally uncovering to become in a high risk factor or in the risk factor column.
I do not believe so. If that is the case, right, if it is really happening, we would need to call for another audit to cover that, right? Because,
Expand
yeah.
the scope.
Right.
Okay, I do have some go backs.
Okay, let's go to Ms. Marin first.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, as always, to the auditor team. I am wondering, you know, this year the school division received the Baldridge Award, and I'm wondering, perhaps this question more for the superintendent, but how were the audits used to achieve that award since it's so tied to processes? So I'd love to hear that either from our auditor general or our superintendent.
Thank you, Melanie, for the question. So, of course, that the goal for the mission for our office is to ensure the processes that we have are effective, efficient, and be fully accountable to our community members. And I think that's closely related to the Baldridge report that the superintendent has embarked this year. But as to how we are working together, I don't think there is a kind of like very direct relationship at this point, because I know that projects has just started, and I would look for more, you know, coordination so that 1 + 1 is equal to 3 and more, right? And I would love to hear like Dr. Reed, you know, thinking about that idea.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Coe. Mr. Smith has generally coordinated the work for that, so I'll check in with him on what those connections might look like.
Yeah, well, as always, I find the auditor's office a wealth of information that I wish we could use more, so I certainly hope that the superintendent can see what's applicable to the Baldridge work. And, you know, I wondered, my question was also what had been used to apply for the Baldridge framework. But so it strikes me that in my 7 years on the school board, I have not yet been on the audit committee. So I'd like to think next year is my year, and I will put in a request for that if Mr. McElveen will allow or share during his good leadership on the
That's
audit.
not up to me.
Yes, that's true. But I really would like to dig in because I've seen the arc of the work, and I would like to help us use it more. So we'll see if that can happen. I hope so. Thank you.
Okay, back to Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Just going back to the findings that you had during that mid-year report, I hear what you've just shared regarding most of the recommendations have been closed. There's 3 outstanding. So I guess my question is for Dr. Reed on that point. Do you anticipate closing out those last recommendations? Or I don't know if this is a Mr.
We do
question.
anticipate closing out the recommendations, and in some cases, I think it's a timing issue where I think we are about done, but not prior to the completion of the Auditor General's report. But yes, we would definitely plan to close those out. I know when I arrived in the school division, there were a number of audit issues that were open that had not been closed out for some time. So we've steadily chipped away, and I think we're really almost done closing those out. And I think we have drafts to close the rest of the remaining ones out. Mr. Smith, do you want to comment?
Yes.
I know you directly oversee
Good
that.
afternoon, everyone. Yes, we've been working very closely with the Auditor General's office and have a process in place where we follow up with our departments on those that are outstanding. Again, there are items that haven't gotten to the particular due date yet, and for those that are still outstanding, I work very closely with the departments to ensure that they're closed out in a timely manner.
Can someone speak a little bit more to the KPIs of construction benchmarking in terms of, well, clearly there have been some deleterious impact. I guess my wondering is how come we didn't have those in place? Because that is the monitoring of the construction work.
Maybe, thank you for the question. Maybe
I was really sending that to staff.
And I'm sorry, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage just coming into the room.
If you just want to look at page 13 of their report, that might give you a little bit of a sense. But I'll go on to my next question
Well,
while you look up.
I can also comment. I mean, I think
Please.
coming into the division, we did not have KPIs really for departments or academic departments or operational departments. So we've been instituting those over the last several years. And I think the KPIs around construction are an example of those pieces that are being put into place. And I think we've discussed on multiple occasions sort of some of the escalation that occurs when things get delayed. I do think, to be fair, COVID and some of the impacts around construction at that time may have played a role, but we are definitely working on establishment of KPIs across all operational departments.
No, thank you. That's very helpful. And the next 2 areas in which you highlighted high risk or moderate risk were Holland Meadow Elementary and Sandburg Middle.
yes. So
At least
this
that's
is
what I saw on the chart.
is it Dr. Ann? Should we go over kind of the details, what they are, or?
Just a little bit. I'd love to better understand what your findings were.
I do remember Holland Meadows, but I don't remember the other one. Daniel, do you have both of them with you?
Yes,
Okay.
just a small summary. So Holland Meadows, I believe this was the issue where there was a donation to support the outdoor education program, and they purchased the greenhouse, but they never installed the greenhouse at Holland Meadows. So I believe that was that high-risk finding. And then at Sandburg, the financial management report that is done monthly, the reconciliation, there were 9 out of 9 months that we looked at where they were not approved or reconciled in a timely manner. And then there were 3 appropriated cards and 1 non-appropriated card that were not reconciled timely. So with all of that together, we consider that a high finding.
Thank you. And what was the moderate finding for Holland Meadows?
Holland Meadows, 1 second.
You had 1 of each. And then 4 low-risk findings.
I'm glad here with Danielle, and then she can put up all the details here.
So the moderate finding for Holland Meadows was a personnel payment. Someone was paid without going through the my time. So they were paid with I believe it was a cash disbursement, which is a check.
Okay. And the low-risk findings, there were 4?
For Holland Meadows, I have,
Yeah, because you had a total of 6 findings there.
1 second. So one of those was the non-bank reconciliation. We had a month of July 2024. FMR was not approved in the online application. So that was a low finding. We had timely payment. Payment to a vendor was not made by the due date. And purchasing process, which is one of the cash disbursements, which is a check, was funds were obligated prior to having an approved purchase order.
I see. Thank you so much. Just looking ahead in terms of what you'll be accomplishing next year, I am pretty interested in the athletic programs and booster work. Primarily, it's been such a churn in my community since I've been on the board, just not having clarity of processes or clarity as to who's responsible for what, and even a preliminary report from your office a few years ago really highlighted this is an area that needs a little bit more focus. This will be across all of the 26 high schools now? Okay, thank you. And the fundraising component, just talk a little bit in terms of how what the scope of that is going to be, because we have, everybody raises funds for all kinds of reasons, PTAs, boosters, individual athletic groups. What are you going to be looking at here so that it's manageable and expectations can be set?
Great question, and thank you. So if I can have the clerk to put up item number 3, so we can all look at the scope of work. If we can go to page 14 of item 3, which is fiscal year 27. Yep, this one, yep. Slide 14. So this is the high-level scope of work, Dr. Anderson, that you can see the objective. One is to look at what are the checks and balances, and also the policy and regulations. We need to understand that first, right? What are the guardrails surrounding the use of fundraising activities? And then 2, we will look at and to see if there's any unauthorized use for those platforms, right? We know that many times people are very creative and using GoFundMe or something that is not allowed by the system. And then we will also look benchmarking to look at how the other school districts are doing the fundraising activities. So this audit will go first, actually maybe like in the month of August. We would like to start with that. And we want to spend about 6 months looking in it to kind of find out the high level, kind of like what is the policy, what is the controls, and then also looking at if there's any way people can do it not in the right way, and then also looked at how the other school districts are doing it. So to set up the tone. And that will go first, and then after that, then we will look into the athletic programs.
I see.
So to set up a foundation first.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you. And I think those were my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Anderson. Okay, we have 2 more. Ms. Dixit, followed by Ms. St. John Cunny.
So thank you, Esther. Thank you so much for presenting this. I just have a couple of questions. In one of your feedbacks, I guess, there is a point here that FCPS does not have any supplier diversity program. Is that true? Like, is that?
Oh, I think this may be, I will wait for Ms. Moore, Danielle, to put up the documents, and I think this may be in the procurement audit, where we maybe rated it as an observation, I want to say. But do you mind, Danielle, to speak a little bit more about that?
Based on my understanding, it was that the Office of Procurement Services hadn't established a program to mirror the Fairfax County's efforts. And so I believe there were some differences to align with the One Fairfax policy and the Fairfax County Purchasing Resolution. So we just asked that the Office of Procurement Services consider, in consultation with Division Counsel and Fairfax Government, to evaluate if that program could be established.
Okay, is there any response on that? What is?
So being that this was observations, we typically do not get a management response or a follow-up on on the observations, just on the high, moderate, and low findings.
Dr. Reed, I would like to get some update from the procurement office about that, because I was under that observation. I think we had this discussion that we will build some supplier diversity programs in our procurement office, and I guess it aligns with the county, and there are small woman-owned, minority-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned businesses which are given some time priorities and set-asides in the government world. So knowing we are local government too, we could look into that. The other thing I know you're doing to this audit, so I know there's another audit which will happen next year, which you're probably going to start soon, or maybe you have started. There is $515 million awards for DIT. That's a very significant amount. And then I also read some observations about the non-alignment and on vendor selection, things like that. Could you elaborate a bit on that? But because I want to hear rather than just reading on the document, what was the feedback?
So thank you, Seema. So is it the question, I just want to clarify to ensure we have a upcoming audit that is happening for DIT contracts. Are you talking about that? Or you were talking about an audit that has been completed?
So based on what is completed, I want to know how the other one will be done. So if you could talk about how it was done, the one you completed, and the key observation that, let's do
Which
that.
audit that, do you mind
Okay.
to clarify?
Sure. I'll just read from here. And there were some key observations. Audit objective. Departments were tasked with identifying needs, providing inputs during the solicitation negotiation process. It's on slide 10. And it talks about, which presentation it is as I'm pulling it up.
And I'm
Annual
sorry,
report.
we have so many, and it's not making
I
each
know,
one of us.
it's easy. It's
Yeah,
not easy.
so thank you.
It's on to FY25 annual report, procurement process.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. So back in fiscal year 25, so we looked at it like a life cycle, right? And I appreciate, the questions, and I know, Seema, you have a lot of backgrounds in managing contracts and procurements. So is this the right slide, first of all?
I don't see the scope. I think
Maybe
page,
it's, yeah.
PDF page 15.
I want to say maybe it's from the fiscal year 25
Yes.
annual report.
Yes.
Fiscal year 25 annual report, page 15.
On PDF. Without, I can separately send you an email about this. Don't want to take too much time. But it basically said the auditor, result of audit, OAG identified 3 moderate risk finding in regarding vendor approval process between OPS, OCS, and Department of DIT. Operational inefficiencies in vendor communication and review processes exist that are impacting vendor solicitation, resulting from resource constraint and comprehensive questionnaires.
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
So, and thank you for helping me to connect the dots. So for that particular audit, when we think about the life cycle, we want to look at the procurement processes first, right? That's the start. So, which is on page 12 of the fiscal year 25 annual report. So when we looked at the start of the process, because right now, as we know that the cybersecurity risk is high, so that's why during the procurement process, the consideration of IT is important as well. When we did the audit for the procurement process, again, it's the start of the process, that it seems that the coordination between DIT and procurement can be further improved. At the time, I believe that there was kind of one size fits all, that all procurement, no matter of, I'm just maybe using overstatement, that no matter what items we bring, have to go through a very, very robust IT review. So, so that's what was one of the findings. And then as a result of that, management has been improving it to make it not one size fits all. It's actually based upon the types of procurements that are happening. And then they are using different risk model to assess whether they accept the vendors or not. So that's one of the finding. And then the other one is about asking like Office of Procurement Services to develop the key performance indicator. Like Dr. Reed mentioned, that is a new strategy that like they are asking all the departments to do. So that's the start, right? After we looked at the procurement process, Seymour, then we think about to look at the next of the procurement, right, which is the contract monitoring. So how do we making sure that after the procurement has been made, the contracts have been managed along, right? Not just we buy something and then just let it go, right? But so this fiscal year 26, we are looking at the contracts from DSS, Department of Special Services, and then also ISD, Instructional Services Department. And then in fiscal year 27, we propose to look at the DIT contract. So as you mentioned correctly, that they have incurred a lot of, expensive, contracts, and we want to make sure that we overseeing those contracts regularly.
And this question could be for the, I guess, procurement team. But are you you aware of like any sourcing agreements we have in place with some companies for like IT? Like we have $500 million in IT contracts. So we are doing these one-off contracts, or we are doing a strategic sourcing or blanket purchase agreements?
Thank you for the question. We actually haven't started planning yet, so unfortunately, I don't think we have the details. I don't know if management could comment on that. For the DIT types of contracts and how do we do those, the contract mechanism.
I think we'd have to get back to you, Ms. Dixit, but we could do that.
Okay, thank you so much. And I know I was a part of the joint IT committee along with Ms. Seismo-Heiser, and then Ms. Anderson joined me. The idea was to combine the purchasing capabilities of Fairfax County and FCPS so we can have better pricing for some of those IT contracts, and we can, bargain better in a way we are like a bigger system. But yeah, I know the technology doesn't speak sometime. We use different portals, but that was the task, and I think there was a good success. We can save money on that. So anyway, thank you for that.
Maybe can I just add a quick comment? Ms. Dixit, we can certainly look into that as well during our audit to see like how that's being, can we further capitalize that, the One Fairfax idea.
I wanted to go back to your question about the supplier diversity observation. I misspoke. They did provide us with a management response and what their actions are. We just don't follow up on those observations. So if you go to page 26 in the report, and if you, a quick way to get there is on page 11 in the annual report. I believe there's a link that might take you directly to that report, and on page 26, they did provide a management response and their actions.
Okay, Ms. St. John Cunning.
Thank you. I am really not going to ask questions. I just really want to say thank you for all the work that the audit committee has done, those that are present as well as those that aren't present, as well as our two citizen members on the board. I'm lucky to be on the audit committee, and I know that you go in depth on some of the things that we're discussing at high level here, and I appreciate the thoroughness, the work, the attitude that you do everything with. I also appreciate your patience when, you're talking about a system level and I'm talking about my experience being in the schools, but you're always willing to listen and you're always willing to, see how maybe a systems level decision or process looks like, down on the ground level, and I appreciate that openness and willingness to discuss that. So I just want to thank you for all your work. Obviously, this is a big report, but just for my colleagues here, like when we have our meetings, I mean, we go way more in depth, and always, if you have questions, they're always there willing and cheerful and willing to help. So I just really want to commend you for all the work, because I know it's hard work. It's detailed work, but you guys make it look easy. So thank you.
Okay, great. And I think Dr. Anderson has one final question. Yeah.
Sorry, I missed this in my initial ask. On page 11 of the report, the audit results, this is the one that is titled Fiscal Year 2025 Annual Report. The student disciplinary process, it's all starred. Can you talk a little bit in terms of any findings of that audit?
So we can talk about the audit objective, meaning what we have looked at. But my understanding is we could not talk about what the results are because this is exempt from FOIA disclosure. And I think I may need division counsel to explain that, but I can talk about the objective here, if it makes sense.
Yeah, if you could talk about the objectives and indicate whether or not there were any findings, like yes or no. I don't know.
May I answer? I can talk about the objective first, and then maybe, Ryan, you can give me some guidance if I can say yes or no. So the objective, first of all, we evaluate the process. So we looked at the full process, including the appeals process to ensure compliance with federal, state policy, regulation, and procedures. So the first objective are more compliance-driven. Second one, we assess whether they are effective. Like whether the checks and balances and all the compliance requirements, are they effective? Are they being able to attain the goal, the intention of those process? The third one is we also benchmark the hearings and appeals operations with the other jurisdictions. So these are the three topics that we looked at. I don't know if Mr. McLevin, you want to comment on that?
No, I'd just say if folks want to review the findings individually, we can arrange for that.
I would definitely be interested in doing that because I'm hearing there were findings. And so do I arrange this with you directly?
Yeah, we can connect.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, just want to thank both of you and the whole audit team again for a very productive year. I think it goes without saying that you've uncovered some things in the system that have been very important, and we appreciate your attention to all of that. With that, I am giving the board back 50 minutes. We started 20 minutes late. We're ending 30 minutes early, so we can adjourn for lunch.
Not adjourn, recess.
Recess for lunch at 12:30 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, we will now, I'm sorry, I have to go to, we will now move on to the Pre-K and Early Head Start Parent Policy Committee Annual Report portion of the work session at 1:36 p.m. I call on staff to begin their presentation.
Would you like for me to introduce our members? Okay, so we have Teresa, she's our board chair, and Dr. I'm going to say it right. Snow and Bus? Yeah. Got it. There we go. Snow and Bus. Snow and Bus. Mm-hmm. Yes, that is accurate. Snow and Bus. That is accurate. Yes. All right. So please, we'll go ahead and get started.
So we're here today representing the Pre-K and Early Head Start Parent Policy Committee to present the annual program report. On behalf of the FCPS Pre-K and Early Start Parent Policy Committee, we thank you for the opportunity to present our 20 to 25, 20 to 26 annual report. The parent policy, as you know, serves as the governing voice of families enrolled in these programs, and we're proud to share the progress, data, and recommendations that reflect our work this year. Today we'll walk you through program highlights, enrollment trends, the expansion of our inclusive learning models, comprehensive services, and the recommendations our committee is bringing forward for your consideration. The Pre-K and Early Head Start program serves students through the Federal Head Start Grant and the Virginia Preschool Initiative. Fairfax County Public Schools Pre-K and Early Head Start provides high-quality preschool education and wraparound services to children who face economic and educational risk factors. The program provides a high-quality preschool experience, including comprehensive services for students with economic and educational risk factors, with the purpose of providing a strong start for kindergarten, readiness skills including both academic and social and emotional skills. The goal is pretty straightforward. Give every child a strong start in the kindergarten readiness skills they need to thrive both academically and socially and emotionally. This year, the Pre-K program serves 2,378 students ages 3 and 4. The Pre-K program serves students who are 3 years old and 4 years by September 30th. But due to a limited number of slots to meet demand, priority is given to 4-year-olds, so they have an opportunity for a preschool experience before kindergarten. The Early Head Start program provides 48 slots for pregnant mothers and children from birth through 30 months old. These numbers reflect the scale of our community's investment in early childhood education and the ongoing demand from families who rely on this program. The Early Head Start program is in 3 schools, Crestwood, Clearview, and Dogwood, and we serve mothers before the baby is born, and as I mentioned earlier, to 30 months. Next slide. Eligibility is based on a combination of risk factors, recognizing that children's needs do not come from a single circumstance. Qualifying factors include family income based on federal poverty level, homelessness, or foster care status, receipt of public assistance, and parents who do not complete high school. Additional risk factors considered include parental incarceration, child protective services referrals, and eligibility for special education services. This broad eligibility framework ensures the program reaches the children who stand to benefit the most, including children who might otherwise fall through the gaps. The eligibility requirements do vary slightly between Head Start and the Virginia Preschool Initiative, but the summary is in some of the ways a child might qualify for those programs. So income eligibility is a primary category. For Head Start classrooms, income eligibility is below 130% of the federal poverty guidelines, or just under $42,000 for a family of 4. For the Virginia Preschool Initiative, the state eligibility is 200% of the federal poverty guidelines, or just over $62,000 for a family of 4. Due to a high cost of living in Fairfax County, locally, we're able to serve families with incomes up to 350% of the federal poverty guidelines for the Virginia Preschool Initiative where there's space available. Children may also qualify if they're experiencing homelessness or foster care, receive public assistance, if their parents did not graduate from high school, or if they have other risk factors such as having a parent who is incarcerated, or if the family is referred by Child Protective Services. Starting in the 2022 to 2023 school year, the Virginia Preschool Initiative changed their guidelines, allowing all students who qualify for special education services to be found eligible for the Virginia Preschool Initiative, regardless of income. The Pre-K and Early Head Start program have had the federal and state goals of at least 10% of students enrolled to be students with the Individualized Education Program, or IEP. These students are dually enrolled in both the Pre-K and Early Head Start and also receive special education services from a special education teacher, either in the classroom or in a small group setting. Since 2022-23, when the eligibility criteria changed, the pre-care program has been working along with the Early Childhood Identification and Services team to create and expand more full-time inclusion opportunities for students through the inclusion classroom models, such as the single teacher and itinerant models, and the new for next year, the co-teaching model. In addition to the full-day classrooms, pre-K classrooms and early childhood class-based preschool autism classrooms are pairing together for up to half a day so that students in both classrooms have an opportunity to learn and play together in an inclusive environment. One of the most significant stories of this school year is the dramatic expansion of the inclusive pre-K programs. Again, that places children with and without disabilities together in the same learning environment. 3 years ago, in school year 23 to 24, we only had 7 pre-K inclusion classrooms. This year, that number has grown to 133, a nearly 20-fold increase in just 2 years. During that same period, traditional pre-K classrooms went from 110 down to 43, reflecting a deliberate shift in how we structure early learning environments. Total full K pre-K slots have grown from 2,064 to 2,378, and the number of schools with pre-K and pre-K inclusion classrooms has expanded from 66 to 78. Full inclusion is offered through 3 models. We talked about the single teacher model, the itinerant model, and a new co-teaching model launching in this upcoming school year. Half-day inclusion options are also available by pairing pre-K with early childhood class-based classrooms with the preschool autism classrooms. And just talking a little bit about my own inclusion story, so my daughter was identified early in the ITC program at the age of 2, and then was enrolled in the Child Fund program shortly before we learned of her rare genetic condition, of which there are only 600 other identified individuals. We started in this bed classroom. I don't know, I'm doing this. Where she spent 2 years. This past year, with eligibility from her IEP, I was notified there was room for her to have an inclusive experience through an itinerant model. She was placed into an itinerant classroom where she has thrived and built on her social and emotional skills as we ready her for the general classroom kindergarten experience with some supports through her IEP. Next slide, please. As we have expanded inclusion in the pre-K classrooms, this chart shows preliminary data from the 25 to 26 school year, surpassing the state goal, with 36.9% of 3 to 5-year-olds receiving the majority of their special education services in the general education setting. This slide highlights indicator 6A from the Virginia Department of Education, which measures the percentage of children ages 3 through 5 with individual education programs who attend a regularly early childhood program and receive the majority of their special education services in that inclusive setting. Fairfax County Public Schools is making strong progress on this indicator, and the expansion of inclusion in classrooms you just saw is directly tied to our commitment to meeting and exceeding the state's expectations. Research consistently shows that inclusive settings benefit all children, not just those with IEPs. This investment serves every family in the program. And now passing it along to Garrett.
Because the program serves students with economic and academic risk factors, each year we report demographic data about the children that the program serves. The top graph here shows the breakdown of students by family income. The portion in blue is the students who would qualify under the federal Head Start guidelines of 130%, the federal poverty limit. Portion in orange represents students who qualify under the Virginia income guidelines of 200% of the poverty limit. The green and lighter blue represent the higher local guidelines due to the higher cost of living in the area. And the portion of students who do not qualify based on income but some other factors such as having an IEP. A majority of the students in the program are multilingual learners with families that speak another language besides English in their home. 20% of the total number of students who were served this year were identified as having a disability and qualified for an IEP. For my family, my now son, we just finalized our adoption 2 weeks ago. That was a contributing factor for his acceptance into the pre-K program, as well as at the start of last year, they had been in the foster care program. They were within foster care before finalizing our adoption. But at about this time last year, they were placed with us. Actually, this coming Monday is 1 year from that day that they moved into our house. And as we're trying to get our house ready for a then 3- and 4-year-old, we're wondering, what are we going to do with these kids during the day? And we were fortunate enough that Dimitri, with meeting with his IEP and the foster system, as well as his little sister, they were able to get into the pre-K programs, though at different schools. And because there's been such dedication to expanding access to the pre-K program within Fairfax County, is evidenced by our increased enrollment numbers year over year, we're seeing that they were actually, both of them were actually able to get into the school system instead of just Dimitri at 4. And this 2 weeks ago, last week, when it was Amber's last day of school, she came home and was saying, I'm ready to see Miss Maury tomorrow. I'm like, I know, honey, but it's the last day of school. We might see her around. But we'll go to school next year. And then we found out that there's actually a closer pre-K program at the school we're zoned for that she'll be attending next school year at Island Creek instead of Lane Elementary. So that's the school all of our neighborhood kids go to. So that continued expansion just continues to show great results for members of the community like myself. That being said, not all families who are eligible can be served by the program each year. For this year, over 5,200 students applied for the 2,246 slots available. Some of those applications were abandoned, for example, if they were found ineligible or if they moved. The majority of 3-year-old applicants, nearly 1,300, weren't completed because the space at their school was filled with 4-year-olds. Their applications will be followed up on for the subsequent school year. 404 students remained on the wait list at the end of the school year this year. For families that do get enrolled in the program, the Federal Head Start and Virginia Preschool Initiative grants require that the program provide certain comprehensive services to children and their families. Some of these include eligibility, enrollment, and attendance support, family services, and connecting to resources in the community, health and nutrition support, including mental health services, education support, and support for students with disabilities. Program staff and teachers build relationships with each and every family, starting as they help families through the application process itself and enrollment, and connecting with families as they encounter challenges through the whole school year. And here's where I'll speak in my professional capacity as a pediatrician. We know that having kids in school is more protective because there's more eyes on the kids. They're not sequestered at home. Teachers are able to see indicators such as repeatedly dirty clothing, or a child that previously came in really well fed. They're no longer, they're asking for more and more food, and it's not because they're growing. We're able to create points of intervention within the community beyond education itself that can allow for intervention much sooner if a family needs help or if a child is in an unsafe environment. So here are some of the highlights from the different service areas in the program this year.
The Parent Policy Committee is not simply a parent group. It's the governing body that gives families a formal, structured voice in how Fairfax County Public Schools pre-K and early Head Start programs are run. Parent participation in program governance and policy decisions is a core requirement and a key component of the program. And the PPC is how Fairfax County Public Schools fulfills that commitment. Based on the feedback from last year's last year's Policy Council, this year we came together both in person and virtually for our meetings. The families represented on this committee come from across Fairfax County, and their lived experiences in the program directly shape the recommendations we bring forward. When meeting in person, the children also had an opportunity to come together and participate in fun activities and take home a new book, providing additional educational experiences and for them to interact with other peers. These are the members of the executive board this year. Each of these members is a current pre-K or early Head Start parent who has dedicated significant time and energy to this work on behalf of their fellow families. We're grateful for their leadership. We want to thank every parent who attended the Parent Policy Committee meetings this year and contributed to our effort and their advocacy for the program. And we can attest to that, I think, from our own experiences and our professional capacities as well. Next slide, please. As members of the executive board, we worked with program staff to plan and facilitate the quarterly meetings. The Parent Policy Committee operates through a structured governance model that ensures broad family representation and consistent engagement throughout the year. The committee includes 5 executive board members, 64 representatives drawn from school locations across the county, 4 community representatives, and 5 policy council representatives. This year we held 5 full PPC meetings, a virtual kickoff in the fall, hybrid meetings in November and March, a virtual meeting in January, and an in-person meeting to close out in May. 6 representatives attended at least 1 quarterly meeting this year, and we had 4 community representatives. In addition to attending the Fairfax County Pre-K and Early Head Start Parent Policy Committee, 5 members were also selected to participate in the Fairfax Head Start County Policy Council and share their information from that group. All parents of Pre-K and Early Head Start families are invited to attend the quarterly meetings as well as participate in their family center meetings that happen at each school. We learned more about the Pre-K and Early Head Start program from staff and had a portion of the meeting that were structured as parent conversations. Parents shared their experiences, including their positive experiences and feedback, and specific topics for the program to continue to be more successful in the coming years. They shared many stories of how the program impacted their students and their families. Many of the families also highlighted that the preschoolers now that were babies during COVID and didn't have strong communication or social skills. We heard about how these children have blossomed now since they have been in the program. Other families shared how the program has helped their family when their family was struggling with job loss and the high cost of food, giving them security that their child is taken care of so they can get out and go to school or find a new job themselves.
Students in the program also make gains towards academic kindergarten readiness. 3- and 4-year-old students take the Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program, VKRP, Early Mathematics Assessment, EMAS, and the Virginia Language and Literacy Screener System, or VALS. This is data for the 4-year-olds. In the data, you can see that the orange category, students in the beginning developmental band, goes down from fall to spring in all areas of assessment. Note that the spring assessment has more challenging tasks or requires more correct answers, so it's a little bit of a shifting goalpost to get the same developmental band than in the fall. This is especially true for the EMAS, where the spring assessment includes some kindergarten standards. In all areas of the VALS, the percentage of students in the strong band was near or more than half of all students completing the pre-K year. Now, even with program expansion in the past few years, all students in Fairfax County still do not have access to a quality preschool experience. This map here shows the number and percentage of students who enter kindergarten without a pre-K experience in each high school pyramid. The darkest green areas show where over 30% of students have not had the opportunity to go to preschool before kindergarten. The medium greener colors are between 20 and 29%. And as it gets lighter, it does decrease in percentage, as you can see. Each year, the PPC makes recommendations to the school board to continue to improve the pre-K and early Head Start programs for families. Here are the recommendations from this year. The first being including pre-K students in school-based staffing formulas for time to teach, ensuring consistent access to special classes for all students. Pre-K students are not included in staffing formulas for the elementary schools where they attend. This does mean that at many schools, students do not have access to special classes such as music, PE, or art for enrichment in line with Strategic Plan Goal 1E. It has been an ongoing recommendation from the Parent Policy Committee to guarantee all early childhood students access to these classes. Many families who are eligible for pre-K through the economic and educational risk factors do not have access to these type of enrichment activities in a community settings due to cost or inability to find programs that are able to serve students with disabilities. Lack of access to consistent specials also impacts pre-K teachers because it cuts into their time to plan on a daily basis. Planning subs often come for a 5-hour block of time, 1 day a week. Pre-K teachers at the same school often cannot coordinate common planning time if their planning time sub coverage is on different days. It is especially important for teachers co-teaching in the inclusion models to have common planning time together.
Recommendation 2 is to provide access to pre-K students for after-school childcare enrichment programs at schools, including on teacher workdays. Pre-K students are not currently able to attend the school-age childcare or SAC program that serves students K through 6 in elementary schools. The SAC program allows students to engage in enrichment activities and social interactions with students in a setting with fewer academic demands and can foster development of more social skills with students from their communities. Not having access to before-after care or near the school site can be a barrier to many families who would qualify for the program due to economic eligibility, but who need access to full-day care due to their work schedule. Child care centers and home-based child care typically have full daycare to cover a patient workday and have fewer teacher workdays when school is not available, but may not offer the same kindergarten readiness benefits.
The third recommendation is to continue funding program expansion to increase the number of families the program can serve, including expanding who can qualify, such as those at higher incomes or other situations such as job loss or medical conditions. The pre-K and early Head Start program continues to have the ongoing need of a wait list in many areas of the county. Students who qualify for the program but have a higher family income may end up on the wait list, but may also not be able to afford private preschool due to the high cost of living in Fairfax County. Additionally, families who experience job loss or family emergencies, such as medical conditions, may not apply until program slots are already filled. Continuing to expand the pre-K slots at schools where there is a wait list helps to ensure that more families will be able to access high-quality early childhood education to be ready for kindergarten. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite my colleagues who have questions, beginning with Dr. Anderson.
Thank you for sharing this report, and thank you to both of you for sharing your personal stories. It's always a great testament to see like the kids behind the numbers, and so thank you both for being able to share that, and congratulations on your adoption. I know that has to be a wonderful day in your family. One of the things that I also wanted to talk about that you just raised, that you raised as well, Dr. Snow and Bus. You think I would remember that?
I always just go by Dr. Snow.
Dr. Snow and Bus. When you mentioned when kids are in schools where they're able to have, or in places where they're able to have increased monitoring, there is that opportunity for early intervention. I know we noticed it here ourselves during COVID when students were not with us. And so there were decreased reports for even CPS calls, and of course, the decreased opportunity to intervene when things that are not typical are happening in those families. So thank you for raising that. One of the things that I noticed in the report, I'm trying to find the page. I think this is page 3 of the full report, the early Head Start. I see the gains with the pre-K in terms of the student slots increasing, but the early Head Start sites are not necessarily increasing, or the classroom sizes are not increasing at the same pace Who can speak to that a little bit?
I can speak to that.
What
Thank
are
you
the
very much.
challenges there?
So it's not so much a challenge, it's just the reality. Head Start, Early Head Start, those are federally funded slots that we have. And for FCPS, as the delegate of the Early Head Start grant, we get 48 slots. That's how many that we receive. So there's more Early Head Start programs in the community, Gum Springs, things of that nature, where more of our students that are between the ages of birth and 3 years old are served.
So it's just spread out across multiple organizations. It's not just FCPS. When with the pre-K, we can control that a little bit better because we are not necessarily sharing it in the same way that the grants are being dispersed throughout other organizations in Fairfax County.
Yes, and we do share VPI slots as well. However, we get the lion's share of the VPI slots.
Now, this is probably a question for Dr. Presidio because I have not been on SCIP this year, and I know that was a continuing conversation. Ms. Dixit, thank you. I know when I exited SCIP, the conversation had been really trying to find a common definition regarding preschools that FCPS offers and how they may be different from what the county supports. Can you speak to any progress to that end?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And we did have a number of discussions about that a year ago in SCIP. We actually resolved that at the end of the 24-25 school year when we approved the Equitable School Readiness Plan with the county. So again, as Ms. Pilson was describing, we're really focused more on the, and again, there's some overlap as she described as well, but we're really focused more on the preschool components of our joint work with the county. And the county is really focused more on some of the alternative programs that families have a choice to access. Early Head Start's one of them, as well as community-based programming. But yeah, we were able to resolve any concerns about that at the end of 24-25.
Okay, thank you. Can you share a little bit in terms of how many 3-year-olds we're serving? I know the bulk are 4.
The bulk are 4, and I do not think I have specific numbers at this time, but I can get that to you in terms of the, I want to say we have about 300 3-year-olds in our program that we're serving, and that's giving a ballpark. But
And are these 3-year-olds that are requiring supports because of special needs? Or are
so
they
this
the
is,
VPI
I'm talking about
Head
just
Start?
VPI
Okay.
Head Start.
Okay,
3-year-olds.
thank you. In terms of the recommendations, 3 recommendations, and I know one I've seen many, many times before, which brings me to the conversation with Dr. Reed, the specials piece. If you could speak a little bit, and I'd love to go back, please, about what the impact would be. What would we need to do to prepare our system so that these classes have specials? Because there's a staffing impact. Teachers can only do so much. And if that has been the major obstacle to prevent us from moving forward a little bit on that recommendation.
So I'm not entirely sure what's prevented us from moving forward other than likely budget, if there are staffing implications for adding those programs. I also know Head Start has some specific program guidelines, and they do things within Head Start, and I assume, Ms. Pilson, within early childhood as well, that because there are certain feeding and certain instructional pieces that the program really has certain goals and objectives too. So I don't know, and it doesn't meet, I don't think, every day, all week. I'm not, the early childhood side of it as well. Okay, because some of the programs I think ECB does not. So some of the preschool programs, they're not as, they're a different time module. So I think that at this point, probably it's more a scheduling and staffing challenge as well as perhaps a program piece. But again, I would probably defer to Ms. Pilson and Dr. Presidio on the program design at this point. I know they have a number of look-fors and targets within the current structure that they're working on.
I'll follow up when I go back. Thank you.
Mr. Malkovine.
Thanks, and thank you all for the presentation, which I actually found to be far more useful than past presentations. I appreciated all the statistics and everything that you shared. It's great to have all that in one place, so really appreciate it. And I do want to just acknowledge that the conversation we were having a decade plus ago is very different than the conversation we're having now, where we were just inching up in the hundreds and now we're in the thousands that we're able to reach through this. So it's certainly not enough, but we just have to keep pushing over time, and we'll eventually get there. So I think my question is actually the same as Dr. Anderson's, and maybe Dr. Presidio can take a crack at it, about the recommendation to increase the access to TTT time. So I know, just having sat down with principals, looked at the difficulty of the master calendar, at this point we aren't able to accommodate our own students with the programming in TTT that we want. And certainly many of us want to expand TTT with language offerings and other things. I don't know how we ever get to this recommendation if we can't provide it to our K-12 students.
I also,
or K-6 students.
Mr. McElwain, there's also another little piece, because we're having to do a lot of the funding for our preschool from our own operating fund. I think the discussion was, do we continue to expand preschool offerings with any operating fund dollars, or the triple T time, right? Like, 'cause we're not going to be able to do both. And I think over the last couple of years, we've really felt like the more young children that we can serve, that's probably overrides the ability to spend the money on the triple T. Does that make sense? Like, in terms of priority, trying to get more children into a preschool at all out of that same bucket of money. But Dr. Presidio, I know you have something to add as well.
Well, I mean, you really just covered it. At the end of the day, it's just a factor of money, and, with limited fiscal resources, how we prioritize any additional investments that we would make in early childhood education, as Dr. Reed mentioned. So that's really the issue here.
Okay. Well, for future discussion, thank you.
Mr. Moon.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Mrs. Doe and Dr. Snow. Yen Bus. I concur with Mr. McElwain that we have been making progress slowly, but hopefully eventually we'll get to the point where we all desire to get to. With it in mind, looking at the numbers on slide number, this one is doesn't have a page number, but 7. Where I see number of application being 5,269 and number of slots 2426 with a 404 on the wait list. So about 2,600 of the applicants are basically either not in the slot or on the wait list. So could you describe about those 2,600, whether they were simply not qualified under criteria, or who are they?
So those students would be students that they may not qualify because of income eligibility thresholds. They may be students who they've abandoned their application. Okay. They may not meet the age criteria, because we do prioritize our 4-year-old students. So there are many variables.
You have those data, those information available?
Specific data, we can get that, yes.
Okay,
It's actually, we have it on a slide. It's page 9 in the report.
Page 9 of the report?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll go back and read that again.
Look at page. Is it in the report or the slide deck? It may be in. It's in your report that has it breaks down the number of families that apply and the data that we're able to collect on what happens to those families.
who they are. I'm more interested in knowing who they are. And so with that, another question that I have is, this is $1 million question, or $1 billion question is, when we talk about universal pre-K, are we talking about both 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds, put them together, or
Will you repeat that question for me, please?
when we talk about universal pre-K, which elected officials get to talk, policymakers get to talk from time to time, as perhaps where we should go eventually, are we talking about both 3 years and 4 years old? Is that ideally?
Ideally, of course, it would be 3 and 4-year-olds.
Okay,
of
so
course.
with- okay.
However, realistically, I think that we would have to, as our priority has been our 4-year-old students because they're matriculating to kindergarten the following year, and we want to make sure that they have had that full year to prepare them to build the readiness skills and things of that nature so that they can go to kindergarten in the upcoming fall. So,
So we're just keeping 4-year-olds in mind.
correct.
And if the community wants to talk about reaching a consensus or setting a goal for universal pre-K, what is the number we are seeking, we are looking at? Number of children.
For students to serve. So we enroll roughly between 10 and 12,000 students annually in kindergarten.
Okay.
So in thinking about that number of students, if we were able to offer universal pre-K to all 4-year-olds, that we would need to be able to serve at least 90% of that, between 80 and 90, because we have to also consider there's some families that they're not going to choose.
Who may not, right.
Yes, and there's some families
Or who
that just may not be
choose
here
other
yet.
options.
Correct. They may choose other options, or they may not live in the area yet. There's the X factor. So I would say if we could serve 80% of the average, the trending number of kindergartners that we serve each year.
So that could be 8 to 9,000.
8 to 9,000 students.
Setting aside the facility needs to accommodate those students, is it? I'm sure you will be able to do. I believe that you will be able to do so. Just let us know what the additional investment we would need to make that happen.
We will definitely get back to you.
Because that's the conversation a board of supervisors and then folks down in General Assembly, willing to know, and then gotta have a conversation on. Thank you.
Mr. Frisch, followed by Ms. Lady.
Thank you. Picking up where Mr. Moon left off, it seems to me that in addition to perhaps a slightly smaller subset based on the kindergarten numbers, that if we were among those the only folks in the region providing pre-K, that might end up being a draw for people that live close by that want to move for that purpose. Secondarily, if the state were to move forward, Spanberger, the governor, has indicated a support for a private-public blended option. And so I'd be interested to know, if you are going to calculate what a dollar figure might look like, it'd be interesting to know how choice breaks down in that environment, people choosing private providers versus public schools. I'll always bring attention whenever we do this report to the heat map that continues to show the exact same communities with the largest number of students who are not being served, this essential building block for public education and success in our system. One of the goals is, the continued expansion, and VPI was brought up. I know in the last administration, the Department of Education marveled at our ability to fill all of our slots and even offered additional slots before telling us that not only would we not get those additional slots that they offered, but that we were going to get fewer slots than we had the previous year, even though we were filling all of our slots. Has that been rectified in the new administration?
With the new administration, they have level set the slots. They're not, I want to say they've given, there's a proposed increase in terms of the dollar amount that we receive for per pupil. Yes, and they are holding steady at the number of slots for this upcoming school year. So we're not getting less, and if we need more, we'll see what's available after the October 1st. That's
heartening, and maybe that can be some of our specific state-level advocacy with the legislative program next year, is to continue the growth there. I appreciate all the work that went into this and the parents' service on the committee, especially our Timberlane parent. But that's all I've got. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Lady.
Yeah, to follow up on my colleague's question, with the recent announcements regarding potentially more money for students with disabilities, could that impact pre-K for students that are in child find?
Can you ask that question again? I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're asking.
Well, I guess just in what I've seen from the Secretary of Education, McMahon, a lot of information coming out in relation to students with disabilities. Mm-hmm. And so depending on how you hear or what you read, there's potential that there might be more money to appropriately better fund, because it's grossly underfunded, those services with our students who are in child find, who are pre-K. Could that potentially help us add seats?
Add seats for pre-K?
Yeah.
No, that would add seats for the number, that would increase the number of students that would be found eligible for special education. So that may create more. We have to serve all of our students with IEPs, no matter what. We don't have an option, so that would grow our early childhood special education programming.
But squeeze others out, potentially.
Not necessarily, unless we're looking at inclusion. So if they're served in a self-contained program, then no, that would just continue to grow self-contained services for students with IEPs that are served in early childhood programming. However, as far as serving in an inclusion classroom, yes, that would decrease the number of students that we're able to serve who are found eligible based on the income eligibility factors.
Okay. The main reason I put my placard up is the heat maps. As the magisterial who lives in the area with the greatest need for this, it's painful to look at the same map year after year. And I'm talking about page...
Herndon?
Yes. See, you didn't even have to look at a map, did you? My ask, and I'm sorry Dr. Reed had to leave the room for the moment, is that Skyview has a pre-K part in their building. I personally don't understand why we aren't opening that next year. We've had plenty of time to work on this. But my ask is that we look at that and prioritize the fact that the greenest spot on this map with the greatest need is Herndon, and it's right next to Skyview. Skyview has a Herndon address, I actually believe. That would just be fantastic. I'm begging. I don't know who's listening, but when you look at this, this has to happen, even if we are not opening it as, the vision is it's early childhood education for our students to like an academy model where they would come home and come over to Skyview and learn, but also be the supports with those students. So that's I don't think it's a big ask, but I'm going to call it my big beautiful ask.
If I could just address that just briefly, and I appreciate Ms. Lady's advocacy on that. And we did begin some preliminary planning this year. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to speak. Yeah, it's on. I'll get it a little bit closer. I was just saying that we did begin preliminary planning on that this year, but weren't able to actually open the classrooms for a variety of operational and fiscal reasons. But that is a priority for 27-28, so we're definitely working on that. And if we can do something sooner, that would be great.
That would be my next ask, is maybe by second semester.
Sanderson.
Okay, so I'm along the same boat as pretty much everybody else, is the fact that when we look at those numbers of the kids that are applications but not slots, and when I look back at the report and see that it was 1,280 kids that are not, they're basically 3-year-olds, so they don't meet the age requirement. So I have a number of questions. First is, when we are doing these applications, is the 5,269, are those really leads and not full applications? Or are these people that have gone through the process of doing, so are we not telling folks straight up that we're only taking 4-year-olds? Because
We don't only take 4-year-olds, we prioritize 4-year-olds. So
but
we do
we are
take
only
threes.
taking 4-year-olds.
So we're not 100% all 4-year-olds. We do serve 3s. We do serve 3s.
I logically understand what you're saying, but we're basically giving hope to 1,200 families that are looking for a slot that we know we're not going to take. And so that I understand why we would want to make sure that we could, I would just love to keep them on a list of backfill rather than having them go through the entire application process in order, because that is an onerous task for lots of these families.
Absolutely,
And
absolutely.
so I would just like us, and I would appreciate in the future if we can get some of that information nuanced out on this slide that talks about how many kids are 3-year-olds, how many 3-year-olds that we're serving, because I think that that's a really important part of this process. I understand why we're prioritizing 4-year-olds, but I also want to make sure that we're not being disingenuous with the public about who is actually going to make it in, because again, the act of going through for lots of our families that are in this boat, that's not an insignificant process, and so I would want to make sure that we could do that with a little bit more clarity for them.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, and then the other thing that I do want to also say is I recognize that we have a very solid want for universal pre-K. I would really want to figure out whether or not our facilities could manage that, because when you start talking about 80% and then we go down to 3 in order to do it with fidelity, like that, you're talking 20,000 more kids easy. That's the low end, and so I want to know where those 20,000 kids are going to go within our schools.
So I would just like to, as the parent of somebody who was 3 that attended pre-K, during the application process, it was made very clear to us that 4-year-olds are prioritized. We can put together this application knowing full well that there's a solid chance that it's going to be without that she wouldn't be, my daughter wouldn't have a space. But it's, so at least from the direct communication to this parent, it was made clear, and it wasn't promising anything. So
No, and I hear you. I think that for me, that just makes it more like heartbreaking in the fact that you had this number of families that were looking for this as an option and needed it in some way or another. And so I understand exactly what you're saying, and I mean this is something that I always try to match up with the information that we get when we're talking about the goal report related to this. And so looking at these numbers and how they interact with the number of kids that we're actually serving in different areas, and how many of our kiddos are not receiving services anywhere else. So that is where it breaks my heart to think of 1,200 or so 3-year-olds that were trying to get in and couldn't make it. So.
Yes, you may.
So I actually have a 3-year-old because she saw her sister go and wanted to go every day, so we had left her crying, and she asked me to go to school, so we had to enroll her in private school. So every morning we split off in 2 different directions to take the kids, which is hard when we have to go to work. So there is that personal piece too. So we had to kind of figure out scheduling.
Thank you.
So before we go back, so I'm going to take a turn. First of all, thank you for this report. I appreciate it, and I particularly appreciate the vulnerability of you sharing your personal stories. And I think that it's important not only for the board but for the public to see the kind of impact the programming has on the lives of our families and our students. And I think you both gave very poignant examples of a lot of the good work that's going on. Just going to my colleagues' concern about how this is presented to families as a family liaison, I always encourage people to apply, even if they had a 3-year-old, with the understanding priorities given to 4-year-olds. And what we've seen sometimes is the 4-year-old slots are not filled, and then if you don't have applications, you can't fill them. So it's kind of a backup. The other thing that's an advantage to families, like I've had mothers that just had a baby, and I said, apply, because then they'll be on the wait list. Like you'll get them queued up. So that 3-year-old is queued up, or that 2-year-old is queued up. So I'm like, hedge your bets, and so that when your kid gets to that age, they're already going to be the first one in line. I just want to clarify that from my personal down on the trenches work. In terms of the heat map that we're looking at, one of my schools, a couple of my schools actually, also are the darker green. But this heat map is the kids that are entering into our preschool program without the experience of having, entering kindergarten without a preschool experience. And so do we have, this is that they're not receiving our preschool experience?
They're not receiving preschool experience, period. So this is based on the pre-K experience form that parents fill out during kindergarten registration. That's where that data piece comes from.
And my question is the reason that there is not enough programming, so in these areas that are high, are we seeing gaps in terms of but when we see, are there actual applications, people that have applied and have not been accepted, or they just haven't applied?
We would have to get that specificity as far as that Herndon area is concerned if we're looking at that, or any of our areas where we have a higher number of students without a pre-K experience. What we do know is there's a number of students that it is a matter of programming. There's a number of families who, yes, they'll apply to our program, and if we don't have programming available through the school system, we will recommend them to the county for programming in the community, and they will choose, because they want a school program, they will not choose county programming, or we have families that we recommend county programming, and they apply and find placement in that particular direction. There's also families that they are new to the area, so they did not know, we didn't have them here, so their first experience in school was the application for K. So there's those factors as well, but in terms of our wait list specifically for Herndon, we do have, let me see. I have a page in our report, give me a second. Some numbers in terms of the number of families that have the average wait list, and whenever we're looking at our Herndon schools, so that would be Region 1. So surprisingly, we have, at the time of the report, 10 students between, 11 between Hutchinson, Hunterswood, and Herndon Elementary School on a wait list. So that's relatively low.
Right.
So there may be families that, why the percentage of students entering kindergarten is so high, there may be other variables. It may not just be that a family is not applying. There's outreach in the community. It could be the family is new to the area.
Right, yeah, and I know I was looking for Lewis, and Forestdale Elementary had 7 students on the wait list, and those are the only ones that fit onto there, so I was looking at those numbers. I think we just need to dig more into the data and see the whys, and also, I know a lot of times some families don't know about it. I mean, I know that I've done flyers out in apartment buildings, like, apply for this, I mean, the outreach has to be there. It's really good for when kids are in school. Our outreach is really good, but if you are a family that has a young kiddo that has not come to school, sometimes the outreach is what the issue is like, you can apply for this.
And I would like to add, if you don't mind, for this current school year, you can tell we have fewer numbers on the wait list, fewer children on the wait list. We had fewer applications, and that's also fear that families have been experiencing as well. We have had our comprehensive services team have had to work differently in order to reach families, to get applications to them in ways that we didn't have to navigate previously. So, and our team's they're very accommodating, where they will meet families at the neighborhood school to complete the applications, things of that nature. So it's not a matter of trying to get to Falls Church or something, in those type of cases. But the current state is having an impact on the families that are accessing our programming.
Thank you for that clarification. I do want to ask you if you could give us a little bit of information for the GLAD program that you have, since 71% of the kids are identified as multilingual learners.
Yes.
If you could just explain that to us.
So it's not so much the GLAD, it's our students with who are multilingual learners. We are using GLAD strategies in our, yes, because I'm like, wait, GLAD program. Catching me up, Marcia. They are receiving, our teachers are being provided strategies to use with their students. And as we know, just like with our students with who are special education students or students that are advanced academic learners or multilingual learners, some of the strategies, it's just good teaching, right? So our teachers some of our resource teachers have attended training. More of our resource teachers will attend this year, and they're using the strategies with with all of our students in our pre-K classrooms, and they are seeing a significant difference in building up that oral language development and building their listening and speaking skills in English. And for some of our students, they're being more verbal in their home language as well, because as we know, some of they're 3 and 4. Sometimes they're still developing language skills in general. So they're definitely growing. So it's going great. Our resource teachers have worked collaboratively with our colleagues in our multilingual learner office to create instructional resources and to provide professional development for strategies to our pre-K teachers this school year. So thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you. I'd love to see the data on that, on how that plays out. And just a final note, I've worked with a lot of Head Start teachers, and they are amazing beyond belief, and also our pre-K special education teachers. The work that goes on is amazing, so I really want to thank all those teachers for what they do.
Thank you.
Dr. Anderson, for a go back.
Yes, thank you. I do want to start off where Ms. Anderson left off regarding space. Because I think that's a part of the calculus that has not been widely discussed. And so, Dr. Reed, one of the things that I have raised in the past few years is what is taking place at Wayanoke Elementary in terms of to make space to accommodate the students who do need to be in the preschool program. The entire 5th grade has had to be moved outside. And just reviewing the last CIP, particularly after some of the boundary changes, there are some schools that have space, that are under-enrolled. Walk me through a little bit how those schools are being evaluated, if they are or if they're not, for potential space for preschool opportunities.
So I know that our facilities team and our ISD team does a walkthrough of schools, and Ms. Pilson is nodding. So I believe that's an annual event or effort to determine if there are better sites where we wouldn't need to move children outside. But Ms. Pilson, you're nodding. Do you want to kind of
I'm
share
disagreeing.
the nuts
That's
and bolts
exactly.
of that?
So do we have new spaces that have come onto the list? Because again, I just remember some of the schools, based on the last boundary, now have fallen to low 70s. And so that means that there's some opportunities there. Do we have some new identified sites?
So we work collaboratively with the facilities team to identify schools that have either capacity shifts, and it's building space and also demographics, and in terms of what schools have the space and do they have a demographic in order to serve students in that community, so we don't have children sitting on a school bus for an hour to and from school. So yes, that is an ongoing practice. We annually go through an exercise looking at program sites and recommendations where there are places where we would like to add programming based
So
on
have
the
there been
facilities.
new
Yes.
schools identified for these programs based on what just occurred?
We are working through that. Yes, there are. Yes. Thank you.
And I appreciate the attention to not having students be on the bus for extended periods of time. However, I'd like for that to be weighed against not having any opportunities at all.
Absolutely.
I think I would lean to the former rather than the latter. I want to dig a little bit in terms of the recommendations, Dr. Reed. There are 3 that were provided, just to kind of, I guess in my mind's eye, to level set in terms of what's possible and what's not possible. I do realize that there will be a staff response to this at some point, so not wanting to necessarily get ahead of that, but much of this involves staffing. Like, how feasible is this in kind of our current climate? Because the TTT, in order to have students in programming, access specials, art, music, et cetera, that means you need to increase that ratio, which means staffing is increased there. The after-school childcare, I'd love to hear in terms of, and I hear that this is not SAC, because SAC is not run by us, but do we have a space where we could create this with the staff that already works with those students? Like, I just want to know, how feasible is this?
I would have to defer to staff on this one to actually study it and provide a staff response. I think off the top of my head, without the analysis that needs to happen, I don't know what type of after-school childcare staff would be providing in addition to instruction all day if it's not some SAC-type program.
Right.
So I don't know
Maybe
where
that's
that
a
would come
question
from, but it's certainly something the team can take a look at.
Or maybe that's a question for the committee, just to kind of dig down in terms of what is feasible here. If it's not going to be the teachers that work throughout the day with kids, and it's not SAC, who would potentially be tapped to provide these services from your committee's discussions?
I don't believe that that was something that we necessarily were looking at directly. I don't remember having those conversations specifically.
I think I can chime in because we had almost like focus groups with some of the families, and I think, you know, I know the school calendar is, you know, being reviewed, and part of that was like with the holidays of parents not being able to take off of work when they had the kids in the programs and having other enrichment opportunities for the students to attend to. So maybe it's I mean, you'd hate for me to say this, like a public-private partnership almost, like, you know, are there other community members that we could like tie in to maybe provide some of these services to the kids so their parents can work, just because I think it was hard for them in terms of like what they were responding to.
And that's also the case for our K-12 parents. You know, kindergarten parents are in the same position. And so the wondering is, if we were able to provide something, you may have a 3 or 4-year-old, but you may also have a 5 or 6-year-old that could potentially benefit. I just wondered in terms of, what am I advocating for?
I think it was also
what would
because
I put on the table?
They didn't have access to, like, say, a SAC program because they don't have that piece. But I
Right.
think, you know, the K through 5 do have that piece. Well, potentially if they're not on the wait list, but they do have the opportunity. So just looking for some opportunities where they would have something similar.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. We are way over time. I am going to go to Ms. Dixit for her first turn, and then we'll move on. And can you make this 2 minutes, please, clerks?
Yes, I just wanted to just give some remarks at the end that it's a very important stuff, which is education of our pre-K students. I believe in more than just keeping them engaged, but also educating them. At the 4-year-old, 3-year-old, they can absolutely pick up stuff, and they can. And I think this is the one thing we can do to bridge the equity gap, is especially if students from Herndon area or any of our other area which we have, these kids don't have otherwise access to pre-K. So I'm all for, giving more and more positions, I guess slots for students who are eligible, and especially to our low-income students, have families who otherwise cannot afford to send their kids. So I appreciate the work it's done in this, and thank you for sharing your own stories. My own kid had to go through child find at one point, younger son. He was not speaking at that time, and the service was amazing, and now you can talk to him about anything and everything in the world. So kids do get this great service. I'm very thankful of all the resources we have in the county, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for all the information at this time. You are dismissed. And this time, I'm going to invite the Foundation for Applied Technical Education, FATE, to present their annual report.
Excellent. Thank you for having us. Do you want to do introductions quickly?
Sure. My name is Craig Lewis. I'm the Senior Manager for Technology Education Engineering and the Building Trades. I also oversee FATE as part of my role. So I've been supporting FATE for the past 3 years. I'll turn it over to Ed.
I'm Ed Johnson. I'm the president of FATE. I've been the president for the last couple of years, but I've been on the board for 20 years now this year. I was actually I heard some commentary earlier about kind of the personal connections to some of these programs that people work on. And I know a lot of you have heard from me over the years, so this is not new for anybody, but I'm a product of Fairfax County Public Schools, went to Oakton High School, was in the construction program when I was in high school. My mom was a special ed teacher in Fairfax County for over 20 years, so we have a long affinity to Fairfax County Public Schools, and I've spent a tremendous amount of time in my career largely in the construction and real estate business, and then also have spent a lot of time with FATE and other programs teaching some of these same skill sets that I use every single day, largely because of some of the interests I grew out of this program in high school. So I am happy to be here today and always happy to talk to you about what we do and where we're headed, but I will turn it over to Jen to talk quickly, and then we'll go Whitney, sorry. I forgot who came up with me.
Whitney and Jen are frequently.
Yeah.
Whitney Ketledge, Senior Manager for Career and Technical Education, and Ed's certainly our expert here, so we'll let him take it.
Excellent. Where are we going next? Oh, we got, is it going to be in front of us too? Should be. Excellent. All right. So this is always a fun one to start with because I think one of the things that I enjoy the most outside of being able to provide some of the expertise that all of the board members have, candidly, not just myself in the various areas that we work in, is how much money we're able to generate through some of the student enterprises that we manage, and ultimately most of that money finds its way back to the schools, which is great. Obviously, there's costs of running the programs that we typically manage, but what you're seeing on the left here is direct dollars that went back into the school this year. So $220,000 went back through really 3 avenues, one of which is grants. It's a program we started probably 15 years ago when we realized that we were generating dollars, but the scope of what we are really responsible for in Fairfax County is relatively limited. It's student-run enterprises, and it's largely focused on construction and automotive, and we've been constantly trying to find ways to expand that. This is one of those things, and this bucket has grown throughout the years, which is great, but effectively we open up the grant program every single year to all of the CTE programs across now secondary and high school, correct? We've had a couple of middle schools. Middle and high school, sorry. And it has been a really proud moment for us. I mean, we've been doing scholarships for a long time, but being able to get involved in CTE programs that typically we do not have any exposure to, don't have access to, and wouldn't otherwise really be able to build businesses around and help them advance things that candidly are all student and teacher supported. These are not typically higher objectives that are coming from you all or elsewhere. They're ideas that the teachers have, and seeing the day-to-day impact they can have on the kids and trying to find opportunities to advance the education that they do inside of their classroom that they typically would not otherwise be able to do without this funding is an important part of now what we've done and something we're very proud of and continue to do, which is great. Scholarships been around for a long time. I know we say over the past 18 years. I assure you we've been doing the scholarships well longer than I've been on the board as well, so I know it's been probably a much larger number than that and much longer ago when we started it. But this year we were able to provide 9 scholarships and a total of $18,000. Typically, that ranges, I would say, between 8 and 15 scholarships a year and $15,000 to $25,000 a year. And so, again, much like grants, it gives us the ability to help the students that have come through our programs and are excited about what we're doing, excited to advance themselves, either that be through careers and education directly outside of school or going into the trades directly outside of school, which is obviously, as everybody around the table here knows, is a large part of what we've been supporting for many years. And then student auto sales, probably by the number of students and dollar-wise, is the biggest impact we make every year. You can see the statistics here on the screen, but of $220,000 worth of cars sold, $165,000 going back to the schools, which is great, and again, allows those programs to do things that they otherwise would not be able to do on a standalone basis. So I probably covered half of what's in the rest of the slides, and Craig will admonish me for it later, but nonetheless, we are really happy to be here today and talk about all of it. So from a construction standpoint, this past year, I think we were probably under contract or soon to be under contract when we saw you all last year on our latest house. But it closed, as you can see on here, for $1.35 million last summer. Lot 14 is under construction. We'll talk about it a little bit later, but we have 15, 16, 17, and 18 left, 4 more homes. So everybody hears every year about how we need to find more land. We are diligently working on that. We have met with Dr. Reed once for a couple of different sites that may or may not be possible, but we are really working hard to find out where we can go next. And we'll talk about this a little bit later as well, but we're starting to look at other avenues as well. As we know, land in Fairfax County is very valuable and hard to find these days, unlike maybe sometime in the past where we've done this before. So I don't know if you want to add anything from an educational standpoint here.
Yeah, we're doing wonderful things over the residential construction site. I know some of you were at the open house for last year, that Lot 13, which was a great event we had. But one of the things I want to highlight on here is, not only in this slide, but as you look through the other slides, some of the things that you see there, like industry credentials. We are getting students in industry credentials. OSHA 10 is something they take with them, which is highly important when they go out into the field, which is really cool, and could be lucrative for them in the future. And you'll see essence of like high quality work-based learning opportunities as well, which is directly tied to some of our strategic plans. So as you look through it, obviously the residential construction site, they're on site building a home, learning all of the facets of the construction industry and getting industry certifications through that. So that's a pretty proud metric for us as well with this residential construction plan.
Student auto sales, we hit on it earlier. I would be remiss to not let Craig talk about most of this from an educational standpoint. Obviously, our involvement is mostly student auto sales, so we do not really interact as much from an educational standpoint with the skill sets that are being taught in the classroom, but obviously provide that conduit for money that's being generated through student auto sales to come back into the classroom and have the teachers and Craig's team determine where that's best suited and how that's best used to advance those programs. But again, this is a long-standing program for FADE, obviously one we're very proud of. I'm always impressed as we walk the schools and see the academies, how many students are interested in these programs now, how long they're in this program. Obviously, there's some highlights here on the screen, but it is fascinating to me that in a jurisdiction like ours, particularly where I grew up, I don't think I had any peers growing up that were truly interested in something like this, and we're having a really big shift in that and seeing a lot of students and a lot of these programs be oversubscribed, which is, again, is a very proud moment for all of us because we know this is desperately needed out in the field today.
And I would add that with FADE's support, being able to run our auto dealership out of Marshall High School, Lyman Rose, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about him. He is our dealer and operator at Marshall High School. It is housed there. It is not the dealership is not part of Marshall High School, but it is just housed at Marshall High School. But through the collaboration with FATE, we're able to take in donations from the community. As you saw, 246 donations received. Those are spread out throughout the 13 automotive programs that we have in the county, plus 2 auto collision programs we have, one at Edison and one at Chantilly. But the students get a full life cycle because of this opportunity where they get to look at a donated vehicle, determine if the repairs are suitable to actually fix up and actually sell, or are they just going to be junk, right? So they get to see that life cycle, but they then get to diagnose, they get to inspect, diagnose, and then understand some of the nuances with inventory. How do you create repair orders? So it's a really great work-based learning opportunity for them for the full life cycle. And we're also proud that, through these courses, because we get the trainer cars and they get the real-world experience, they're earning ASC certifications, which are industry-recognized credentials that they take with them. And when they have up to 8 that they can earn, and they can go out and land a job immediately. I don't have the statistics, because I'm sure you're going to ask how many students go into the automotive field. Sometimes it's hard to track, but with the preparation from our courses, they're absolutely ready and able to join any repair shop or dealership. We have a couple kids who are working at Porsche. We have Pohanka, Oarsman, and the teachers do a great job of bringing those industries into the classroom as well, which is pretty great. And the money that's reinvested back into the programs, that's across the 13 programs, but that does support them and keep things viable for them. So it's a really great opportunity for them. It is not our main focus, but it is obviously the educational and the competencies and the ASC certification is our main focus. But without FATE's ability to support this, we would have limited opportunities for our students. Next. Break it.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you. So entrepreneurship, this is another side of the business that you guys have heard about for years now, but frankly, we probably started 15 years ago or so, and it was through the Chantilly Spirit Box that the entrepreneurship program at that school came to us and basically asked for a loan to be able to start a student-run business within their school. And over the years, it has taken on a variety of different forms and functions. Market Days is shown here. That's probably the largest one we do every single year. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with it, but we have been supporting that for a long time. That is usually a yearly cycle with them, but we have been approached over the years and have done a number of some of these investment opportunities effectively where we set up a loan with students and schools, not particularly with the students themselves, but the students come and pitch to us their business plan, ultimately refine that, and then have a repayment structure associated with it back to FATE to be able to start some of these entrepreneurship opportunities within their own schools, which is always very fun to see. We continue to encourage all the teachers to get involved and do more of it. We certainly have the opportunity to do so more than we are today. But when they do it, it's really exciting to hear from them. It's a lot of fun, and they come up with many of these businesses on their own, which has been great.
And you can see highlighted there are just 3 of the 10 schools that we're able to support. And it's really cool because the students are designing the products. They're going through a minimum viable product pitch, developing a budget plan, branding how they're going to get it out to their students, and then delivering customer service on the day of the market days. These range from fashion attire to 3D printed designs, and it could even be food if that's the case. But it is a real school-based enterprise that they are developing through this entrepreneurship program, which again ties right back to our high-quality work-based learning opportunities that we're trying to promote in the career and technical education world. So they're getting the full scope. Whether it's through instruction and more of the bookwork, or actual deployment when they're out there in the cafeterias and hallways and actually selling the products and taking the money from their clients.
Program enhancement grants, I probably hit on this more than I should have on the cover slide, but nonetheless, you maybe got most of it. You probably also tell this is something I'm really proud of. I pushed to start this a long time ago. And it's been a lot of fun to see the ideas that come from these other teachers. And like I said before, it's not necessarily things that are just simply part of the curriculum and unfunded. These are ideas that the teachers have that they think they can better the students' opportunity in the classroom by doing this, but simply do not have the financial means to do so. And so we have gone from probably getting a couple of applications a year to this past year we probably had north of 25. Is my guess. And so the downside of that is now we're ending up in a position where we can't simply fund everyone that comes through. This year, I think the applications exceeded $100,000 in asks from us. And so it is getting to the point where teachers know about it, administration knows about it, we are getting adoption, and we're finding opportunities to get kind of as much out as we can in a manner that we think can impact the students the most and frankly aligns with our objectives from a CTE perspective of advancing those trades and those education modules. So it has been a ton of fun for me personally to do this every year, and so I'm glad we get to do it, and I'm glad a lot of these programs that otherwise didn't have the resources to do what they're doing in the classroom can do it now. So it's been great.
And these opportunities range from actual equipment that potentially our budget may not be able to finance this year, or swag if they're promoting you see our fashion show, some swag that they might not be able to fund, but also field trips to go out into the industry. Our pharmacy students went to Inova. We've had welding go to different union facilities. But I think we maybe had about 3 different field trips that got them into the industry and actually connected with different professionals, which is really a great experience for them to talk to those professionals. As we know, when they're talking, if I was to tell my son something, he's not going to listen. Sometimes when I was a teacher, they didn't always listen. But when you have industry professionals telling you, this is an opportunity, you need to grasp onto it, it really kind of hits home for a lot of kids. So like we said, we have an abundance of applications that come in, and through our scholarship committee on the FATE board, we unfortunately have to turn away some, but we are getting more and more coming in, which is great because they're seeing more opportunities from that. And as we look at them, it's just a really cool experience to actually read through the applications, and it's coming from a lot of the teachers, so we get to see what they're thinking and how they want to apply it to their programs.
And probably a similar reaction on this one. Obviously, we've been doing this for a very long time. I was also the recipient of a scholarship from FATE when I was in high school 26 years ago. But nonetheless, it has been around for, like I said, a lot longer than the $371,000 in 18 years, which has been great. I'm hopeful that number has probably surpassed the $500,000 at this time. But again, a source of pride for us that we get to do this through the profits that are generated through some of the student-run businesses associated with FATE.
And for those of you who aren't familiar, but we have scholarships that range, our apprenticeship scholarships, we have specific tool scholarships, and we have academic scholarships. So the tool scholarships, these students have been identified that they are going into the industry right out of high school, or they're going to an apprenticeship program that they've already been accepted to. So they need a starting pack of tools. So we're able to provide them with what they need. A couple of that student, I believe Devin, in the top picture there, I believe he's going to work with MWA, who, I believe he's going with MWA. We have a kind of a collaboration with them where some of our students who finish a sequence of our CTE programs in the trades can get into their apprenticeship programs automatically, and he's able to, and we are able to support him with some of his tools because of that, which is phenomenal. I think the student down the bottom on the left, he's going to, I don't know what it's called, but it's lineman's apprenticeship. He's going to be a linesman. So we were able to fund him with his tools as well, and we had about, I think it was 4 academic scholarships for those going off to university as well. So that was just so rewarding. I think we had about 25 students kind of apply for these, which is great. We're always trying to up the number of that, which because that's one of our main focuses, to get them the opportunities that they need and the tools or the funding that they need to do the next level. So on all of this, I was kind of alluding to, but our strategic plan, our FCPS goals, our strategic plan, and goal number 5, leading for tomorrow's innovation. You know, we're preparing students through all of these avenues for focus on work-based learning and industry partnerships. We're trying to align our program with high-demand careers, with automotive, construction, careers are highly, those professionals are highly needed right now. So we're trying to make sure that we are promoting this and applying these, but also through the funding that's provided to our entrepreneurships classes and the other programs. We're providing opportunities for high quality work-based learning in the schools directly, which is a goal of ours in CTE, but also across the county to support that. So while FATE is building houses, and that's pretty cool, what people don't see is all the other opportunities and that we're providing students And we reached about 3,000 students tangentially through this, maybe a little bit more. Our automotive programs, as we said, are oversubscribed. They have about 1,300 to 1,500 students in them, and we're turning kids away every year because sometimes space is limited based on state requirements for how many kids we can have in there. But through this PowerPoint, you can see like FATE's providing, funding and quality-based opportunities for those students in these programs.
And last is the usual plug with a different tent this year. Obviously, we are continuing to look for land for our next opportunity. But at the same time, we've had a lot of conversations with you guys over the years about what I'll call is the largest program we have dollar-wise, which is construction, and the number of students we can have on that job site. That is always kind of the push-pull we have and has been around for the entire time FATE has been in existence. How many students we get on the job site is a fact that we unfortunately cannot change. And so what we have been starting to work on this year is in parallel with identifying the next site, knowing that whether or not the next site exists, at some point the next site will not exist in Fairfax County, and we will ultimately need to find solutions to teach these same skill sets to students and ultimately find opportunities where we can expand what we are able to do. And whether that be kind of hybrid programs between the classroom and the field, or trying to bring field-based experiences into the classroom. We have started an effort this year to be able to identify new programs or new ways that we can partner with the county to do that. Obviously, the good news is the timing is on our side to do it. Just listening to the conversation that was going on prior to us coming up today, none of this is going to happen quickly. It will require collaboration between staff, ourselves, administration, and otherwise, to identify those programs, fund those programs in the right manner, and get them up and running. We still have 5 years left on the job site, so we have time to think through some of this. We did not want to be in a position where the next site does not exist, and then we are trying to figure out how to continue to teach these trades, and also how to do so in a sustainable manner. I think I've answered a lot of questions over the years here about things we can and can't do, and one thing that we always rely on is being sustainable, is we need to come up with programs that generate enough money, not just to pay for the money we put in, but to create a profit such that we can continue to do all the things you've seen today, in addition to fund the next stage of each of these programs as they occur. And so I just want to make sure that everybody knows that this isn't a kind of a stagnant conversation for us. It's very real at FATE. We understand that time is going to ultimately change this matrix, whether it's this next evolution of kind of what we'll call phase 3 or not. But in any event, it's something we're very focused on and we'll continue to work on over the next couple of years. So hopefully we'll have some advancements at least in that next year. I'm sure some people in this room will be very much part of those conversations. But we are heading in a direction where hopefully we'll be able to start evolving what we do and what has been done in the past to meet the needs of the current, status in Fairfax County. So I think that is it.
Thank you. At this point, I am going to invite my colleagues to ask questions, but I am going to ask the clerks to do a 2-minute clock because we are way over time.
I will talk quickly.
And I'm going to start with Ms. Anderson.
Okay, so I am going to ask my questions quickly, but I know that there are a few things that I always think about with this. First is that we've had long conversations previously about the fact that part of our limitation is related to the types of job sites that we can have kids on.
Right.
And so I am going to put a specific ask on the table this year, is that I would like you to work with us with what we need to do for state advocacy to change those rules because we have a magical moment going on right now that I would like us to take advantage of, and we can find a champion that's going to help us work with the CTE programs to ensure that we have access. Because right now, the county is working a ton on affordable housing, and it makes a whole lot of sense to have our kids connected in with those programs, if at all possible, to get a variety of types of experiences even within the same, because I know that some of what we've talked about is that some of the programming from year to year it's harder to create that progression. So it would be really cool to see ways that we could create progression through different types of construction. And then the other aspect is that I'm wondering, do we connect in our electrical students and our HVAC students in with the construction?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing that I would like is we have affordable housing going up in lots of different locations, and I know the wait list that we have for electrical and HVAC, and those are those are people that AI is not going to take their jobs, and they're going to walk out the door and be able to immediately put those skills to use. So I would love to see us expand those programs, particularly in areas that maybe have a little bit more space now that didn't have space before. So right now, I believe I'm right that Edison is the only electrical program in the entire county, correct?
There is a new electrical program coming to Fairfax. It's in development right now. It is in need of a teacher. So we are actively searching and recruiting for an electrical instructor, so I would be remiss not to say that in this forum.
You need to, can you send us a note about that so we can include it in our newsletters? Because we could find maybe a retired electrician that still wants to give back to the community.
Yes.
And so I want to make sure that we can get that out to the community. So anytime that you're looking for a very specialized type of person that may not be just looking at our job listings, please let us know.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I'll address the first one real quick. On affordable housing, obviously we're all proponents of it. We'd love to do more of it. Fairfax is an incredibly expensive place to live. We all kind of recognize that. To my earlier point, I think I've mentioned this over the years, from a regulatory standpoint, I don't think getting more students on the job site is really possible. It's primarily OSHA that's driving that. And so I think that's going to be a challenge that we'll always have. But that being said, if there are funding opportunities at the state to be able to help supplement what we can put into something to make affordable housing work mathematically for us, that is absolutely something we're happy to explore with you guys. So I don't know if those situations exist in the conversations you're having, but if there is funding opportunities for that, there's certainly a conversation to be had.
Mr. McElveen.
Thanks. Just to pick up where Ms. Anderson left off, there, as she said, there are a lot of conversations about affordable housing, including putting affordable housing on the government center property. Have you had an opportunity ever to present to the Board of Supervisors?
Have I, from a FATE perspective?
Has FATE?
No, professionally I have many times,
Right,
but
right.
I have not from a FATE perspective. I have met with several supervisors,
Right.
though, over the years. They have attended our open houses, and I've had one-on-one meetings with a number of them, some of which have been on school board before, and I know you guys are familiar with.
Yeah.
So there is a conversation out there about the support. I would say probably Supervisor Lusk, Supervisor Palchek in particular have been very supportive. So there are inroads to do that, but what form and function that takes based on the objectives around this table, we have not pushed very hard on that over the years.
I do think a formal presentation of some kind would be useful. I think even just making that offer
Yeah.
To them would be
I
good.
am always more than happy.
Yeah,
to do
that's
so.
great. Relatedly, and this is a Whitney question, what is the status of Trades for Tomorrow program? Or anyone who
Trades for Tomorrow.
So they recently interviewed a large amount of students, and I would have to pull the exact number. There's always a conflict with how many positions are available and or funded and how many students apply, which is not always, a recent problem. It's great that we have more students interested, and then it's also a challenge that we can't meet that need. So we have increased the amount of spots, and we're working closely with them, and that's one of the creative options we've been talking to FATE about. And then we also are able to work with those kids who apply to prepare for interviews with other apprenticeship possibilities with other partners. So those Trades for Tomorrow has helped expand our apprenticeship opportunities with other partners as well, because we've been able to say, look, we have this great program. It's already set up for you. Here's how you can take this and run with it too. So it's growing year after year. We have more and more students moving into those roles, and we can share a list of success stories, because we have quite a few of those students now who are working for us full-time for Fairfax County.
Do you have a sense of statistics on that? And if you don't,
Not
but
off
just
the
how
top
many?
of my
How many
head.
are? Okay.
I would need to. I'll pull
Okay.
it though. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. So I want to talk a little bit about auto sales. So can you give me a sense, and this is something I'm asking because this came up in our last audit committee meeting, what does the org chart of the auto sales program look like? How does that interact with FCPS?
Sure. So I guess the org chart. So I mentioned Lyman Rose. He's our dealer operator. He's licensed in Virginia to be our dealer operator, as well as Alessia, who's a admin assistant, but she also is a dealer operator just in case he's not there. She can handle some of the things. For oversight, I oversight the programmatic procedures of that. And, obviously Whitney is part of that in terms of some approvals that need to go through. And as far as the dealership and when things are needed at the dealership, administrative tools or anything like that, FATE is providing funding for that. In terms of FCPS, the collaboration is FCPS takes in the donations of the cars. And then once they are deemed sellable, they get transferred to FATE as a FATE car, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In terms of the procedures, we've done a big overhaul of any procedures this year per audits that have been done.
Right.
I think I saw Esther here
She
earlier.
was here.
I've worked with her closely about the procedures and reviewed all of those, and we've actually updated those procedures with all the recommendations that they've listed in there, and presented that to all the automotive teachers, and we're going to present that to high school administrators in the summer, this upcoming summer, so everyone is aware of those procedures that are in place in terms of documentation for repair orders, inspections. It's kind of a go, no-go in terms of sales for a car, so that everyone understands what needs to happen before a sale of a car is done. Because we do need to make sure that we're taking care of all of any inventory and purchases that are made for the repairs of those cars that are using some of the SAA's funding that we're provided that ultimately goes back to the schools.
So I guess my question is, auto sales is completely separate from FCPS with the exception of the donations, right? So they operate the program separate from FCPS.
It's more of a collaboration.
Right.
So we collaborate with Marshall. Marshall provides the supervision of the employee because they're directly there. FATE does the oversight of student auto sales program from a financial standpoint. We work on the programmatic aspects. We partner with all 13 auto programs and their administrators for the daily operations. So it's really a collaboration.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tangled web.
Yes.
Anyway, I appreciate all of that. I do think, as you've done this overhaul, it would be helpful to pull on the kind of the financial training resources that we offer through the comptroller and others, just as we're training folks and how to go about the processes. So anyway, well, we'll leave it there for now. And one last kind of housekeeping question: is the banquet no longer happening? Was that a pandemic death, or?
I was like, who wants to take that one?
That was before my time taking over FATE, so I have never attended a banquet. I treated the open house as kind of an open forum for a banquet, but I do know that they did happen.
Yeah.
But that seemed to have died with COVID.
It was during COVID. It became very large and a little unruly, I will say. Costs certainly were a factor. I mean, it became a very large and very expensive event to do. I really enjoyed it, but we kind of went through a cost-benefit analysis and a programming analysis and a coordinate. It took, I would say, it was taking a quarter of FATE's capacity from a management standpoint and tens of thousands of dollars to do each year, and we were like, are we really getting much out of this in the end of the day? I've made the point over the years, which I really enjoy going to get to see all of these programs and get to see the students and the balance of it, but I'm not the one that knows them. Presenting the awards directly to the students, I've so much more enjoyed during the scholarship moments or whatever it is to have the teacher there to talk about the student, and that's the relationship that matters, and we kind of lost all of that in it as well. And so there was I would say it's a confluence of issues that led to it, to be very honest with you, but it is no longer in existence for many reasons, unfortunately.
I know Mr. Moon and I missed those dinners.
Yeah,
but,
it was.
we'll
very
make
much
them up
enjoyed
elsewhere.
it. We enjoyed you all coming as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ms. Dixit, followed by Mr. Moon.
Thank you for the presentation. Actually, the affordable housing, my colleagues also talked about it. Virginia recently passed a major zoning bill which allows to build accessory dwelling units on the single-family lots. And I think it's an answer to some of these issues, is not finding more lots to build homes, because, if somebody has a 2-acre lot and they want to build another house there, it's now allowed. And local government obviously this is going to be going in effect next year. July 1st, 2027, this law. So I think that's going to open up some doors, and I think our local government is going to obviously encourage that, because we do face that shortage, housing shortage in Fairfax County. So that is what I am thinking is, like, already coming up with creating creative solution. This is one of them, other than the building on industry parks or places where there are no more, there's not business happening, but those lots can be purposed. Other thing I saw that you were looking for, other ideas is one of the suggestions in your alternatives to explore. And obviously we're talking about the jobs which are AI-proof jobs in the future, and there's going to be always a need for them. But there are all of jobs which are not in the market yet. We don't know those are going to be, what is going to be out, the job market will look like in 10 years from now. And our students have to be ready for some of those changing landscapes outside. And I would say that industry partnership right now with the different partners is more important now than ever, because, and that is what I wanted to ask you guys, is how strong is the industry partnership for Fairfax?
That's more in you
guys. I think industry partnership is always being discussed and sought after, and we are constantly trying to figure out how that works within our realm. Within FATE, the industry is on our board. We have the interior designers, we have the architects, land developers, the Fairfax County Land Development is on there, and working with they have opportunities to work with our students. Outside of that, we are looking for other opportunities. Just the other day we met with a company that does plumbing training. We've met with electrical companies. We've met with other industries too, and they all want to support, but finding that way of doing that is always the hard part, right? The coming in and speaking to the students is wonderful, and giving opportunities, going out and seeing them, as I just said, is wonderful. How do we build on that, right? And how do we make that more feasible and more deeper, if we want to? I think we're starting that process very well right now, and I think it's going to grow as I know we're at a turning point kind of in our country here, where more of these trades want to get hands on our students, really, and they want to be part of it and provide. So I think we're really kind of at that beginning stages where they're going to start diving in and doing stuff in the trades more and more and more. So we're working on that.
Beyond the trades, we have a very strong, high-quality work-based learning program. So we had over 6,000 internships, clinicals, apprenticeships in the last year. There are hundreds of partners that work with us on a regular basis. The challenge is always that we have so many students, and so it's never enough. So we're constantly looking to expand that. And FATE is a great example of the people who sit on that board work in companies or run companies and have lots of connections that help to provide opportunities for those students. And that then creates a spiral effect for more and more students and more opportunities. So we're trying to take advantage of the really great success stories like Trades for Tomorrow and things like that, and how can we expand that and use those as an example when we're talking to partners of here's how you can do it too. So we have a great foundation and we have a lot already happening, and then how can we expand that to more kids?
Well, and from a FATE perspective, I'll add this year, NBBIA is an organization that we have just started working with that is effectively the housing representation for the area here, housing industry representation. And so one of the members on their board has been working with us very closely to kind of figure out that relationship, among others, financial support and subcontractor support for the job site and otherwise that help us either reduce costs, add advocacy to what we're doing, or ultimately find training opportunities for students. And so many of those things are happening. It's just, as Craig said, it's always a zigzag road. Many of them, what they want is the perfectly trained student that is a senior and graduating that can go right on their job site. The path to get them from 15 or 16 years old to that point, the industry has not figured out yet. And we all keep kind of going back and forth on how to get those students engaged at the right time with the right skill set. So when they get there, much like the automotive program, they are truly ready to go.
And two examples I'll give you is that this year this fall, we didn't have a residential construction teacher at the site. I actually became the teacher there for 2 months. And we brought Van Meter Homes in to talk to the students, and from there they were able to offer 2 jobs to students this year. One student was working on a flexible type schedule where he got to go out and work with them during the year. And then today I actually met with HIT Construction, who myself and the current residential construction teacher, who we hired in November, he's phenomenal. We met with HIT Construction about how we can talk to the students next year, incoming students, about setting up some sort of pipeline, them coming in and speaking with the students, but then how does that look in terms of like an internship or an apprenticeship after or during the school year? So we're working on, I'm specifically focusing on the trades because that's my bread and butter right now, but we're actively working on those types of things.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Moon.
Since Mr. McAfee mentioned about banquets, I didn't realize that there was pretty much taking off 25% of your capacity. I didn't think they would have cost tens of thousands of dollars, but I'm not the one. I wasn't the one who organized that and paid the bills. But I thought there was a nice opportunity to first publicly in the presence of senior leadership of the school system, including school board members, and we could also invite members in the board of supervisors to acknowledge and recognize a services being provided members on the board of directors of a FATE, and also educators, within and without the school system, to help our students learn those very, very valuable skills, and also promote and market our program, and also provide a connection with potential teachers out there, and construction or electrical work you mentioned about, etc. So I know it's a lot of work for someone who has to actually have to make an arrangement, and of course, but you can also solicit some contributions from business community as well. So, and I'm hoping that you will consider bringing it back. And also, since Mr. McAlvin mentioned this, Mr. McAlvin is, at least at this point, a liaison to Educate Fairfax. He might be able to bring that up as a topic of a discussion at the Educate Fairfax to work with a FATE, because Educate Fairfax also reaches out to business communities as well. So if we are seeking my support in bringing back, you have that. Thank you.
Mr.
We're
Moon,
happy. Go ahead.
Mr. Moon, are you suggesting that you want to be on the collaboration committee to help develop, and Mr. McElveen will also be on there to help collaborate? I think we may have heard that.
I think Mr. McAfee is a perfect person.
Okay.
We'll
Noted.
Yeah, I'm happy to bring it back to the board. We'll chat with them about it. Yeah, of course.
Seeing no more placards, I'm just going to take a quick turn to thank you for all the work you do. I am the proud beneficiary of the fact that the homes built are in my district, and they are phenomenal. I wish I could afford them. And also, getting the word out. A lot of people don't know what to do with their cars, and this past year we donated a car, and I would love to see what the fate of that car is and where it is. But at the end of the day, I know that it was a great donation because it's helping our kids. So thank you for all the work that you do. I'm sure that the board members might have some other questions, but due to our time limitations, we can't, continue. And I would just encourage everyone to go look at our CTE programs, because you talking about them is one thing, but when you're there and you're seeing the teachers, you're seeing the students, you're seeing the excitement, it's just something that you have to, seeing is believing, and these kids are just amazing, and they're amazing because of the work that everybody does and everybody invests in them. So thank you for all that work.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate your guys' continued support. It's always fun for me to come here and talk to you guys every year, so thank you.
We will have a truly 5-minute recess just for transition, and we have to be back because we are way behind.
So we will go ahead and begin our conversation about the policy work around innovative technology. So myself and Ms. Lady will be the meeting managers, and this is work that has previously been looked at governance. So let me give us a summary of where we've been and where we could head today. So, the policy discussions around innovative tech and artificial intelligence have been going on since January, and we've been really engaged in it and had a lot of discussions, and it's evolved. So the governance committee met last week on June 16th and really decided that separating into two policies was the way to go given all of the discussion and input that we'd had over those months. So on board docs, we do have two public documents. They don't have numbers yet, of course, but one is information technology and the innovation in instructional tech. And one focuses on the use of educational technology that resides with the Office of Instructional Services, right? So an ISD, Instructional Services, and an IT policy. I did send around some questions that emerged from governance to help frame our discussion today, including just overall, do people agree about what's in each policy, the two distinct categories? Would you want to see anything added to either policy document? And in addition, there's also been some red lines or suggested edits that have come forth throughout the course of the governance committee. Those have all been publicly posted for the convenience of the board members. Those are all posted in the executive content of the board docs item for today. So you'll see we've got suggestions from Robin Lady, from myself, from Sandy Anderson, and from Ricardi Anderson. So as much as we can keep it high level, though, and not get into the wordsmithing, as we like to call it, that's probably the best place for our time today. I also just want to pose a few questions. Timeline. When are we expecting to bring this to implementation? That's one question. Again, general feedback on bifurcating, and again, next steps. So if we want to kick it off with, do you agree what's in each policy? Do you agree with the bifurcation in the buckets? And is there something missing that you'd want to see put in here? Why don't we start with that, with 3-minute comments, and we have till 5:30. So, okay. Well, I see Dr. Anderson's placard up, so please go ahead.
No, I'm going to be quick because I don't want to take a lot of time on this first round because I'm on governance. But I do want to say I do agree wholeheartedly with the bifurcation of the policy. It's something that I had requested very early on, and I'm glad to see that we have come around to it. I will have some things that I want to make sure that we add, but minimally at least want to hear what people's thinking is, because if the group is not in agreement with the bifurcation, then what I'm going to say is needs to be adjusted.
Thank you. Mr. Dannon?
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm not nearly as smart as I look, so can someone help explain how they view the differences between the two? Because I struggle to understand. I like the idea of bifurcating. My personal view has been I think we should have a staff policy and then perhaps a student-focused policy, but can someone kind of explain just what the differences between the two?
Yeah, I just want to ask, does anyone on governance want to explain that? Dr. Anderson, do you want to explain it since you just endorsed it and put some popcorn in your mouth?
Sure. Just to kind of make it quick, one of the policies speaks exactly to kind of the teaching and learning. Like, this is what we should expect, and this is how technology is going to be infused in that. And the other one speaks about all of the other things to come. What is our general outlook regarding technology and how it will impact not just the teaching and learning component, but all of the other business of FCPS. It would have been, and I believe it had been a little bit challenging to fit all of this into one policy. So which is why I've always been advocating for it to be separated. There will be a lot of overlap because we're essentially kind of talking about the same thing but in different lanes. So there should be some overlap, but there will be some distinct things as well. I think while in the educational use piece, just to use an example to illustrate, it might make sense in the educational use part, the educational policy, to talk about screen time, balancing that out. That may not make sense. That may not make sense in terms of the technology innovation piece. It might make sense in that one to speak more about how do we even evaluate the technology that we put in front of our, students and or staff, what the procurement pieces, et cetera. So I think that one is a little bit more technical, while the other one really hits the classroom a little bit closer. And I'm just offering you my definition.
Would someone else, and from governance or otherwise, want to, Ms. Anderson, did you want to chime in too?
Yeah, because I am a big proponent of having them as two. I see one as here is how technology is being utilized in our classrooms that is already here, and here is a policy that talks about how we're going to introduce new technologies. And so I do think that they're separate, and while I understand how they could be put together, for me, the innovative tech policy has to abide by everything that is in the ed tech. So it doesn't matter how things are implemented within the division, they have to abide by the rules that are in the ed tech. So whatever we put in ed tech is going to be the overarching policy that's really going to guide everything else that we're doing. So I see them definitely connected, but I do want, the other reason that I want us to be careful on how we do this is I want us to be able to change things in ed tech or change things in innovative that is pointing to the other policy but does not require overlap, because that is how our policies can get out of date very quickly if we're not careful on working out the intersectionality as we're developing them.
Thank you. Mr. Dan, back to your turn.
It's a great segue, because where I struggle with this is that I think the first thing is that essentially this is not a technology discussion. This is an education discussion. And I really have to call out, I selected a gentleman for the ETRC who has a PhD in computer science. And one of the things I appreciate most from our conversations is that he's like, I'm not an educator. I'm relying on educators to tell me, those important aspects of it, and then I can provide, this small piece of it. But, what I struggle with is I think we need to first kind of define, or maybe already defined, but we need to recommit to shared principles, right? And what we think the future of classrooms is going to look like in 10 or 20 years, right? Like there are people talking about bringing robots to classrooms, and it won't be long before they're talking about, brain chips and things like that. And I think we need to establish how we view the future of education. To me, those first principles are human-centered education, so nothing's going to replace teachers, rigor, high standards, especially in the age of AI, where so much, there's so much junk out there that, we need to be pushing our kids more and more, which to me kind of carries over that we're not talking about two policies, but we're talking about looking at the grading policy. We're talking about looking at, the academic dishonesty, stuff like that. Like, it touches into so many different things. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the discussion today. I do agree with the sentiment of having the bifurcation. I think in terms of a timeline to answer the question, my view would be starting with those shared philosophies and the scope and getting agreement on those and working our way down from there. So I will pause there. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, did you want to say something further? Please do.
I pretty much hit on everything. I will have more to say when we're talking about which components need to be in each, but to start, I wholeheartedly agree with everything that both of our colleagues just said, but I do think that this is the path forward that's going to allow us to have wholesome or fulsome conversations related to how tech needs to be used in the process of education.
Okay, so to try and summarize and see if we have some agreement, at least an understanding. So the instructional technology, okay, and this is a point I made in governance, is the more we can name these differently, it would probably be helpful to us. But we can call one the IT policy, perhaps, and one the instructional policy. That seems to be the easiest way to differentiate, because they both have the words instruction, just to identify them by their department for the purposes of our discussion. So one's an IT-based policy and one's an instructional services-based policy. So to summarize, the ISD PACE policy is, here's how it's being used in our classrooms. And then the the IT policy is, here's how we're going to introduce new technologies. I would say adopt and introduce. Okay, is there general agreement that that's what those two policies represent? I see some yeses, I see mostly, okay, more or less. All right, great, so we're there. I see Ms. Dixit has her placard up.
Hi. Hello. So I'm just, the purpose almost is the same on both of these policies. So are we, because it does look very like confusing, the name similar, the purpose is quite similar. So I don't know if you want to distinct, and I want to take some input from Mr. Sethi, who's, if you're going to put it as an IT policy, I would like to get his input. So basically, if this is kind of where it should be landing, because we are saying we're talking about education. We are not talking about IT here. This is not actually IT department. This is education of using IT tools. So I just want to maybe get some sense from Mr. Sethi too.
Go ahead, please, Mr. Sethi.
Happy to jump in. I was actually hoping that as the conversations evolve, we would get a better sense of where we're heading so we can kind of give you our thoughts on the policy and the structure. We do have a lot of policies on technology already and a couple of regulations on managing technology, privacy, security, acceptable use policy, and so on and so forth. So if this fits above and beyond that, then certainly a conversation to be had. But if it is already in those boxes, then we can nuance the discussion further as it goes along.
Yeah, so technically that is why I was saying that this is an education policy, and I would prefer it to be in this space instead of the IT policy, which is more of technical use and how infrastructure, IT infrastructure, things like safety and all that. Also, can we create like a little bit different purpose if we're making two policies? Otherwise, we can combine them if the purpose is the same.
Thank you. Okay, so I thought gather some agreement, but we've heard some additional thoughts, and I saw some people shaking their heads. So I think it's important before we continue to be really clear if we're going to keep the policies separate and be really clear on their intentions, because we've gone back and forth in governance and we need to decide. So I think, what do I do? Let me ask everyone to, there's still people commenting.
Yeah, I think perhaps we're trying to consensus gather too soon because I haven't heard from everybody.
That's fine. I did invite everyone to comment on it, but let's keep going. I see Mr. Frisch has his placard up.
Yeah, as I said in governance, I support the, excuse me, the premise of the two policies because I think they're distinct responsibilities for the work. I don't think that we're necessarily going to have 100% agreement at the board table, regardless of how much time we discuss it. So, if 7 members of the board are comfortable moving forward with two policies, which I am, because I think that they are distinct needs, I think that's the direction we have to go. I'm hopeful that we can get more than 7 people on the board that are interested in that direction, and perhaps further discussion around the need would bring people along. From my perspective, you've got 2 distinct things. One is like, how are we using technology that we already have, or that we have a grasp of and that we're going to have in the classroom? And the other is, how are we going to bring new technologies into the system? That includes AI, that includes other things down the road. And so I think those things are distinct enough that, that they warrant 2 separate policies. If the board decides that we only need one, it'll just be a longer policy that does the same thing. But I think that they work well separately.
Yeah, so I'm going to take a turn before we start go-backs. One of the points that I made in governance, and I just want to make sure we continue to highlight, and my colleague did reference this, is that we're talking about instruction. And I do understand from a, tongue-tied place, not necessarily wanting the word instruction in both of these, but I did want instruction in both of these. I'm also a little uncomfortable committing to where they will live because they are both supporting instruction. And I don't think that matters at this time. Like, I don't know if that's getting in the weeds, but those are just some things that came to me top of mind. So in terms of that, I'm amenable to them being bifurcated and having two. I will say this, that at this stage of the game, and I'm interested in hearing my colleagues' perspectives, that there's a lot of drafts that have been presented before us. The only drafts that I'm aware of prior to governance creating a skeleton of two drafts was that Ms. Anderson had put together a lengthy version of them bifurcated. And so I guess what I'm maybe asking is how my colleagues would feel about perhaps punting this back to staff, because they were never asked to bring us two separate policies that sort of meet the things that we are talking about. So instead of us listening and taking notes back to a governance meeting, perhaps us listening, sharing, commenting, and staff taking those copious notes to perhaps draft something to bring to us. Because I believe that we have a policy in the 1000s that basically somewhat says that's the genesis of where policies start. They start with staff, and then we sort of edit them. So that's just where my thinking is at the moment.
So before we do a second round with Dr. Anderson, I saw three colleagues. I didn't quite get the order. I think it was Mr. McElveen, then Ms. St. John Cunning, then Mr. Moon.
Thanks. So, Melanie, you're going to hate me, but I would, yeah, I mean, one of the things you always say at board meetings, and you and I share this agreement, is that it's nice to have some sort of presentation. I know you've sent us things via email, and that's much appreciated. And I can certainly agree to something in terms of like bifurcating a policy. But is there anything that the committee wanted to present to us at any point? Because otherwise it's 2.5 hours of conversation. Yeah.
Well, I would say the email I sent does culminate in everything. And, you know, the June 16th meeting was an add-on a week after graduation, and now we're doing this. I was confirmed meeting manager, I think, on Thursday, so doing my best. So maybe some speed reading, I don't know, or listening. I mean, the history is it started as 1, it went to 2. We got to move forward. So I think everyone's kind of sussing out what that means.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I'm fine with that. So is the plan for today, you're going to give us a discrete set of questions, and then we converse and answer them?
Well, the plan is that it's clear people want to talk more about it, right? So the plan is there consensus, or is there a majority agreement on sticking with the 2 policy format? Robin just raised a really good question, and I was remembering even prior this year on governance, we used to ask the superintendent to come back with versions for us. We did that in the grading policy, so we could say, hey, okay, let's hand this over to the superintendent. There was a question about timeline. I can't fathom that we would bring this up before our final school board meeting of the school year on July 16th, but that is a question. How do people feel about when something would be implemented? And then after reading these, and if you'd had a chance to read the prior versions, what would you want to see in either of these that isn't there? I heard Robin raise a good point. I think it was you that said the 1,000 policy, or maybe it was someone else. It was you. Like, that's something, like a good thing we can go back, maybe ask the superintendent. So this is collaborative. If you have other suggestions, please let us know.
My one suggestion is could we get the language up on the screen so we're all at the same place? Okay, thank you. One, 2, all of the above. It really doesn't matter. I just want to have a visual to what we're discussing.
It really is more of a discussion than the presentation, but certainly. Okay, so are you done, Mr. McElveen? Okay, so Ms. St. John Cunning and then Mr. Moon.
Mr. McElveen, this is why I have printed, not digital copies in front of me, because there are so many, and it's easier for me to see them this way. I do believe that they should be bifurcated. I didn't start with that, but the more we got into this, I saw the need for this. And although it wasn't presented as a policy, it was presented as suggestions, I think that the way that the purpose was divided by Ms. Anderson kind of shows the differences in terms of that. One of them, in terms of the education technology, is how that technology is there to support teaching and learning, and the expectations and how all of that happens, whereas the one for when we're talking about innovation in instruction, the new things that are coming, it talks about establishing a framework for new emerging experimental automated AI is one, but data intensive, like all the other things that might come up, and how we're going to be looking at not just AI, other things that come, and what are the guidelines we're going to put there. And establishing that framework as these new innovative technologies come on board, and what is FCPS's, how is FCPS going to look at that? So I think that for Ms. Dixit, I think if you can kind of look at those things, and I know that they're all over the place, and I'm more than willing to share what I have here, it really clearly has a distinction to which each one has a different focus, and it divides that. So to be honest with you guys, like, look at governance. We were trying to put this together, and we were kind of cutting and pasting and doing the best that we could at that time, which even for me is confusing. But just to let you know that this is how we landed on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moon, and then Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Ms. Maron. I concur with Mr. McElveen about the expectation to have some sort of presentation by the governance committee, because this is coming out of committee as recommendations. Whether it was a unanimous recommendation, either unanimous support or split votes or consensus, I thought that's probably a preferred approach to put and then have a discussion. But at this point, whether it's two policies, one policy is less important for me than actually discussing what are the issues that board members wanted to have the discussion on. And so have those on, whether they are 5, 10, 20, 2, have them, and then go one by one about what the board members have on their minds on that. So whether it is opt-out, opt-in, limiting the use of digital devices for certain grades, or not letting the AI be used at all for certain grades, and how to use by whom and what. Put some buckets and then have a discussions, and then eventually, we have it until 5:30. I don't know whether we'll be able to finish all that discussion by 5:30. And if we don't, we have a further discussion. If we do, at that point, I'm sure we have a staff members who are taking a copious notes, and then we can send whole thing to a superintendent based upon the conversation, come up with their recommendation as to what the policy should look like, and have a further discussion, because this is an important topic that, so when you said that you've been working, governance committee has been working on since January. Full board is just starting on. It will take some time. It's okay to take more time, but that was what I was hoping for. But that's only me. So I'm going to start with that. Doesn't matter whether one policy or two policies. What are the things that we want to have discussed and have answers on, or have a consensus formed on? And at the end, we may not agree on anything. Then it will come to the perhaps chair of the governance committee to come up with a motion at the board table, and then have a debate at the board table. But that's not today, because we are just beginning this discussion. So what are the things we want, with having heard from many members in the community, and also having had discussion amongst the board members? What are the things that we want to have discussed? Put that up first, and then see where we go from there.
So I'll just take a quick turn and make a comment based on Mr. Moon. I think that it was towards the end of the last government's meeting where we bifurcated these. And so in 15 minutes, we tried to separate the policies and create things we thought lived within them as a talking point for today. And then you have the outline that was shared by Ms. Marin in the email. What I don't want to lose in this conversation is the extensive work we did in governance and all of the other versions of drafts that have teased out in great degree sections like philosophy, sections like, you know, intentional tech, different responsibilities, different definitions. So I don't know whether, and I understand, you know, everyone's schedules are tight, but I guess what I don't know is, do we need to take a recess and let people read some of the things that maybe they haven't had a chance to, or just keep going and let you perhaps do that independently while we continue the conversation? I'm asking a question.
May I?
Yes.
I have read everything that's been sent to me by a Ms. Marin. I've read everything on the board doc, which really has a couple of documents, but there are more documents. I know that. So I've read them all. I am seeking, because governance committee has put in a lot of efforts, not just the committee members, but also non-committee members also joining the efforts. So what's the recommendations? Put them up. If not, if you don't want to put them up, and as the governance committee's recommendations, then ask around, but that's going to be the redoing what the governance committee has done, right? Because we may want to have. I am more passionate about these issues versus some other issues.
So
that can also come up as we discuss governance committee's recommendation. I want to see what is the governance committee, whether it's unanimous again or by a split majority vote.
Mr. Moon, I can answer that question. The governance committee agreed unanimously to separate the policies or to forward them to the board. The governance committee agreed with what is in these versions as starter language. Okay. The governance committee agreed to ask you all what else you want in it, because there's just never enough time to go through all the things. I would say, when you're asking about proposing motions, I mean, I personally did that. I would like to bring that to discussion today. If you want to talk about specific topics, please say them. But the start of this conversation was, what do people think? You know, are we in some agreement about two policies? Are these hitting the mark? What is not in here that you'd like to see in here? That's where we are at. So I'd like to not belabor what governance did or didn't do. This is where we're at. And so I'd like to continue with people who are waiting to speak.
Could I reply to that once quickly?
Sure.
I would be happy to see those two policies put up one at a time and have a discussion.
Okay. Well, that's not how we're going to do it this minute. At this minute, we're going to keep talking because we need to just discuss. We're not going to wordsmith. And we could certainly put them up later. Is that okay with you? Are you?
I see a couple placards. I do think that Mr. Moon is an appropriate suggestion. Once people feel like they've shared from a 50,000 level point, before we get micro, let's stay a little macro until we hear from more people. But yeah, I think we can get there within the time we have. Dr. Anderson, and then Mr. Frisch, and then Mr. Dannon.
I think a lot of the things that are being said are all valid. It's just a matter of organizing it. I think we are all heading in the same direction. And I'm going to take some leaps here. One leap is we can have two policies. People are either ambivalent or in support of it. So I want to frame my comments based on the fact that we're moving forward with two policies, and which I won't talk about at all anymore because I already did. I agree with what Ms. Dixit had shared regarding the purposes, because we were just in governance really trying to run really quickly, but that's not what should stand. I would never be in agreement for the purpose to be the same in both of these. There's multiple versions of the purposes all over the place. So it is just time and energy didn't put us in a place to coalesce it for this meeting. So that is true, and I will offer my comments regarding all of the pieces Thirdly, I do agree that this is a good space for us to give feedback. Again, at a high level, shared vision, these are the things that we want these two different policies to contain, and then let staff take the notes and to run it down. This is what they've done with all other policies that we've worked on. We've had work sessions where board members are giving it at the high level, and then they run it down and it goes back to committee. We also have the gift of time. One of the things that I shared, that I asked at the last governance meeting is what happens if this policy is not done by tomorrow, by July, by whatever, because I hate to approve big ticket items during the summer months because the community is largely absent. Superintendent shared that, you know, we will be in the holding pattern that we're in right now. I don't think we will, you know, it will be that detrimental to what's happening. Do we want to have things move? Yes. But are we pressed for time? I don't believe that to be the case. But I do have an outstanding question with that in terms of the tech committee because they're starting their work. We have a chicken and an egg conversation going on here. Which is first? What the board believes, and that's going to lay out the work for the tech committee, because if we don't have this done, then the tech committee really should not be starting. And I know I'm throwing a lot of confusion, but I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to start with what are the things that I want to see. The purposes have to be divided. Again, I'm not going to wordsmith, but for me, for the purpose, for the technology, for the instructional piece, we must identify in the purpose the things that we know have been important to our community, which is they want safe use, ethical use of technology in their classrooms, connected to the mission. Oh, that was my time, so I'll take a go back.
Okay, so what I heard you saying is purpose, there's some things you want in the purpose, and then, okay, so Mr. Frisch and then Mr. Dannon.
Thank you. The other, just to put a point on the conversation about how this came from governance, after governance meeting, our governance chair moved very quickly to take everything that we had done as a committee, work with the clerk to get that all wrapped up into a clear communication for the board, ran that past the full committee to ensure that we were all in alignment. You know, am I accurately reflecting what we've decided here? We were. That got put up on board docs in the same time frame that typical items, roughly the same time frame, that typical materials are prepared for board consideration. So when I think about the separation of the policies as the first question asked of us, yes. The categories for the items within those policies, largely in agreement. We did not wordsmith at that meeting. We did not agree to language of those sections at that meeting, but we agreed broadly that these are the sections that need to be included, at least in terms of what our committee is capable of coming to agreement. You'll notice in your meeting materials that you read before the meeting that there's another group of items where the committee wanted to encourage the board to have further conversations that we were not necessarily, we didn't come to any kind of an agreement on, but that they were worth further conversation, whether it's how technology is selected or other items as well. So I'm comfortable with what topics we've identified for the policies. And I think the overarching questions that are being asked right now is an attempt to guide towards the creation of policy drafts that we will eventually discuss, vote on as a board. I'd be in favor of the superintendent bringing whatever we end up with as part of our next steps, bringing to the governance committee meeting probably when we start up again in the new school year, what those things are, and then what the two drafts are. And then in terms of what the ETRC is working on and how that works with what the board is doing, they're not a legislative body. They're not going to enact legislation that rules the school system. They're going to make recommendations to the board. And I would hope that we would take those recommendations into consideration as the policy gets nailed down. And it's one of the reasons why it's encouraging that I believe the last communication is that ETRC is going to be meeting twice a month until, or every couple weeks until the new school year. So I'm hopeful that all of those pieces can come together. And I think if folks will refer to the sections of each of the two policies, and then the sections that we couldn't come to agreement on as a committee, I think that's a great place to start the conversation about what we envision being in the policy.
Thank you. Mr. Dannon, and then I will take a turn before we go to a third round.
I would echo that too. I'd like to spend some time today to go through, maybe starting with the instructional tech policy, and just get a sense of the general buckets and the pulse of the board, just to take advantage of the fact that we're all here together. I want to ask regarding the Ed Tech Committee, Dr. Reed, can you talk a little bit about, so I know the meeting, their first meeting is in a week. Can you talk a little bit about what's on the agenda? I know we gave some direction a couple weeks ago, but what else can we expect from the committee in the coming months? And I'm thinking in terms of when we come back after recess.
So thank you, Mr. Dan. And actually, I'm listening closely because I have a draft charge. It was explained as a superintendent advisory committee, which was going to be made publicly attendable. So it's sort of this hybrid committee. So one of the things I want to make sure is that the charge I provide, Mr. Sethi and Dr. Presidio, who are going to co-chair the committee, that the charge from the superintendent is very clear, because they're going to be tasked with coming back to me with recommendations that we'll then review as senior leaders, and then I'll be providing to you as a board late next spring, to be honest. Because we're going to have to think about, and we met this morning actually, and I just want to pause also and thank both Dr. Presidio and Mr. Sethi for taking this on. It's a major body of work. It's an important body of work, and I really appreciate both of them stepping up and taking leadership in this. So thank you publicly to both of you. I will say that the charge, I've really wrestled with how best to frame it. There are a number of national frameworks around what I would call current conversation, whether it's tech usage, safety, innovation. There are a number of topics, and part of my role this afternoon is really listening closely, because I want to make sure that the charge and framework I provide is going to have clarity, because I think it's going to be really important as we look at research, because this has to be a research-based committee, right? So my expectation is going to be there's a synthesis of current research on the topics that we establish, and that there's a thoughtful process to plan forward. I'll also be checking in with the committee at regular intervals, and I'm just looking forward to the group that's been assembled. I appreciate each of you providing your representative, and I know they're in the process of finishing staff representatives and so forth. So I really want to make sure that I also share the charge with you before I deliver it to the committee. So I was hopeful I could do that by Friday in the Friday letter, but as a draft. And if there are concerns, obviously come back to that. But that's essentially what I would see at the moment. It combines some of what your motion was from the earlier meeting we had. We've got motion language from the June 11th meeting. And regardless of the committee, one of the things that is clear is that we need an opt-out option made available for preschool and elementary school students, for parents or guardians, for any electronic device to go home with students by August. So we want to make sure that's in place regardless of where we end up with the policies at this point. And that's a commitment we've made so that we can communicate to principals, so they can communicate to parents, because we want to make sure that piece gets done. I hope that's helpful.
That is, and I'm really excited for the work of the committee, because somebody much smarter than me told me that we are not going to problem solve our way to a vision, and I think I don't know who that was, but I really have to hammer again the point that we have to establish, I think, our shared agreement on some of these principles, right? That we will prioritize productive struggle. We're going to prioritize human-to-human interaction, because that is going to then inform all the other decisions we make about, do we allow AI use at this level or this level, right? Because we've already established, well, no, we think like education is inherently a human interaction, to relate to an earlier example shared. We don't want sixth graders to be relying on generative AI prompts. We want them to be tapping the shoulder of their classmate and working on that kind of stuff, right? But there are also opportunities for technology to be used productively, right? And I think another thing that we have to be mindful of is how we speak about it. And actually, I read something from Jonathan Haidt, actually, I think this morning, talking about how when we talk about negatively about technology, kids hear that and they tune out, right? Like, we have to talk about this and stay in the light as we talk about this in a positive way in terms of opportunities for this, but while being really real about what the future is. So I appreciate all the work that committee is going to do. Not to put too much pressure on them, but it could very well be a model for the country about how we address things coming forward. And I think that no pressure, but I'm glad we have all the right people in the room to help discuss and work that kind of stuff out. The other thing I'll say is that my sense too is that when we talk about policy, again, we've got to outline those core principles, the priorities and so forth, because the technology is going to evolve so quickly that policies will just not be able to catch up with it. And so we're going to rely heavily on regulation that's going to be informed by what we decide in terms of how we view the future of education. So again, no pressure for the committee. But again, I do like the idea of going through just documenting kind of general items that we want to discuss, starting perhaps with the instructional tech policy, and then maybe at the end, somebody can make a motion that we direct the staff to take those recommendations back and say, well, we think this might fit better in this policy, or this might fit better in this policy, and go from there. So I will stop there.
Okay, I will go ahead and take a turn. So what I would like to see in the instructional policy, in particular the ISD policy, is what I proposed in the motions, those topics being addressed. An age limit, if any, about, well, I think there should be, so let's say an age limit for when devices are not to be used one-to-one. That would be something that I want in the policy clearly. The decision we made about laptops and devices going home, that would be a decision. Prohibiting AI use in grades 8 and lower, or more broadly, are we prohibiting AI? Is it free reign? Is there an age limit or a grade limit? That, I think, should be, that's missing from the policy so far. And then a reiteration that devices used are intentionally used and stored away at other times. Also, I would like to put in there more about the Educational Technology Review Committee, because I don't know, and again, I haven't seen the charge that the superintendent's drafting, but what I did here just now is combing through research to present to the committee. And that to me is not my understanding of what the committee is forming for. And I just pulled up the form again from May 5th. And the purpose is to establish a formal process to review and guide the use of educational technology and AI. And I'm sure there's some research informing that, but I think parents also have opinions based on just their kids or their profession or what they know. But the committee is supposed to inform the decisions about what technologies are used, how they're deployed, how their impact is measured. I would be really disappointed if the committee starts off with, I don't know, kind of the way it's been going with some of the parent groups that I've seen, where it's like, this is how great AI is. Like, this is a very different committee that's supposed to be looking at some of the things that we have data to, but we haven't had a chance to do it yet, like all the apps we have, how much we spend, how much screen time our kids are on. Like, it's more granular than talking about the role of technology in education. So I'd like to see something more specific in the policy that really says what the role of this committee is. And ultimately, it's advising the superintendent, who's advising the board. The parking lot items, public reporting, I absolutely think that should be part of the policy because of the way the nature of these contracts are done, and the board doesn't have financial ties, you know, so I'd like public reporting, I'd like contracting. Again, I think it's gotta be clear what the role is of outside entities and who has oversight, and I think it's gotta be the board. Again, intentional device usage, and ultimately, I just wanna be guided by research. Like, all the stuff that I just said is from the reading I've done. I don't really want to be making up new things. I think just codifying what I at least, you know, see is true is what I want in the policies. So. Okay, Ms. Dixit for a second turn, and then we'd go for a third round.
So thank you, Ms. Marin. And this thing actually is, I don't know if you spoke on behalf of yourself or the governance committee, but what you just said, and there was a lot, right? What you want on the policy. But what we got is a very different document. So my question is that we have a lot of different versions going on, and your version probably has this. And then there's Ms. Anderson's version. There's, I guess, more people have version. Yours? No? So I wanted to know, can we just put them together and then look at them? Maybe what you're saying also is included in some other people's policy, and we should have this as a board voice, not a singular voice. And I think that's what I want to see, more collaborative work on that.
Yeah, I'll wait because I forgot what I was going to say. Dr. Anderson, and then Ms. Anderson.
I always feel conflicted. Should I just keep going on my list or be responsive to what has just been shared? I'm going to try to split the baby in half here and be quick. I agree with you. I think the reason why there's so many different versions is because we weren't able to come to a definitive conclusion about each of these versions. So since right now we are handing it back over to staff to review, this could be that opportunity for staff, because they're way more better resourced than, Janet and the governance committee are, to perhaps take a look at all these different versions and pull out the best of the ones that make sense, that are feasible, that speak to the mission, et cetera. Some of the versions were just wordsmithing because we just like to say, we like to use the word like instead of desire. So there's also that. If we could let go of the wordsmithing part, I think we could be productive. Ultimately, I do think that putting on the table the things that we want to make sure that we see, the things that are important to us, could be very informative to staff, because I know they're taking copious notes. This is being recorded. As they're looking at those versions, they're going to say, yep, I heard Seema talk about this, that, and the other. I heard 9 people talk about this one. I didn't hear anybody talk about this one. So they'll be able to suss out what is going to result in something that is more like what the board wants. So I'm going to jump into that part in terms of what I want. And I'm going to try not to make it that exhaustive of a list. We have to talk about some of the prohibitions, like what will not happen, because I want to be responsive to what I've been hearing from my community, and there's this great concern that all of our kids are going to be sitting in front of AI, and that should not be the case. There should also be definitions, and this is not new, Dr. Presidio. There should be some term that we are using to define the AI that already lives in our systems, because we talked about this in governance, where we have some generative AI and systems like Lexia, ST-Math, albeit closed. We have to find a way to identify that as separate from the AI, the generative AI work that is causing lots of consternation from our public. So both of these need to be in the definitions. We have to talk about the balance of screen time. There's lots of research, lots of doctors talk about all of these things, because I have a notebook worth of stuff too, not as much as what Ms. Marin has, but are we going to be okay with our kids using computers under our watch, because we're not responsible for what they do at home, and I don't want to be responsible for that. But are we going to put computers in front of our kids for 2 hours a day at all levels, or 30 minutes? There has to be a place in there where we are differentiating on the continuum of screen time and making sure that we're putting a stake in the ground about that balance. And I have more.
Ms. Anderson.
I'm going to start off by picking up with something that Dr. Anderson just said. I fully and completely believe that our policies need to reference the fact that we need regulations related to screen time, but I do not think that specific screen time should be in our policies, because that very likely is going to shift as we move forward. And that is something firmly within the superintendent's requirement, and that will be monitored through the EL process, which we firmly have in place that we can utilize to make sure that we understand exactly what's going on. We also have the flexibility to deny any regulation that the superintendent puts forward that we disagree with. That is in our policy already. And so I do not have any concern. I have full trust in our staff that they want the same things that we do. I have said this multiple times to multiple committee members all over, is all of us are in this because we care about kids. We want to do the right things for kids. We just have, and I actually don't think we're all that far apart. I just think that we need to work on finding our points of consensus and then moving forward with the things that we don't agree on. I do want to give a little background about the two versions of the policies that I drafted that are lengthy and they have mistakes. They were a first shot at it, but they were a combination of the documents that governance had been working on in addition to the policy drafts that the superintendent had already brought forward to us. So this did not come out of nothing. I was trying to be accommodating to the things that I already knew that the committee was working on when I created these. And there, like I said, there are problems. I actually think probably the ed tech policy is closer to where I would want us to go. However, I will say that to Mr. Setti's point, there are references in here that are probably in other policies that we need to pull out and again, do the same thing that I'm talking about doing here, is privilege those policies to make those decisions, particularly considering data security and things like that. I do think that this policy needs to nod to the fact that we recognize that those exist, but these are going to be interconnected, and I think that we should allow them to be that way. But there are some pretty major buckets in the policy drafts that I came up with that I think are missing in the current committee's work, partially just because we never had the opportunity to actually talk through everything. And so I will say that I think that we're on the right track, and I agree with my colleagues that have said I want to look for points of agreement first, because I think that that is going to be a stronger way for us to come together on this. And this is something that we need to come together on. We need to figure out how we can do that. And it cannot be something that, because I think that we are so much closer together than we are further apart, so.
All right, I remembered what I was going to say, which is a couple things. And one is that I've sort of been reading this Techno Sapiens. It's put out by Dr. Jacqueline Nessie from Brown, who is a professor in the Department of Psychology and Human Behavior. But she posed a question in one of her recent distributions that said, let's play a quick game. I'm going to describe a technology, and you tell me what it is. Let's play a game. Kids are spending hours on this technology every day. A study of hundreds of 6 to 16-year-olds in the Journal of Pediatrics finds that many are addicted to it. There are also concerns about how this technology may interfere with social connection and the development of empathy and may increase exposure to violence and sexual content. Some evidence links it to anxiety and other mental health problems, yet parents feel powerless to stop it. Everybody got your answer? The household radio. My point is, in the 1920s and 1930s, ownership of personal radios saw exponential growth. I could go on and on because it outlines generationally the introductions of technologies, right? I do believe we are more in the same place than we are not. We want safeguards. The one thing I really want to talk about is, because there is disagreement in some spaces, but we talk a lot about AI, and our students don't have access to it. They don't have access to generative AI, okay? So I want to talk a little bit about staff. We have to differentiate in policy staff use of AI and student use of AI. And as I indicated in my sample policy, again, I think that this belongs in regulation, but for those taking notes, I'm comfortable with banning any generative AI for students through 6th grade. And hear me out. This is an equity issue to me. When you get into middle school, you're taking more high school credits. We also have algebra in 6th grade, which could be an issue. But a lot of our kids who have their own technologies are accessing generative AI to study. They are saying, I don't understand this problem. Don't give me the answers, but break it down for me. They are saying, here's the concepts I'm being tested on, putting in perhaps a sample of their homework from a teacher and saying, create a test for me, and then I will take said test. When I was a kid in math, I had homework every night because math was every day, and I would take 3 problems from my math sets and put them on a separate piece of paper. I created my own test for the night before the test, and then they were homework problems from earlier. But that would save me this. So for me, it's an equity issue, and that's what we have to talk about, is some people have their own devices. But if you only have a school-issued device, and all of these things are banned because they're blacklisted, then you're at a disadvantage to your peers in learning. So that's the one thing I want to talk about in terms of student use. Staff use, I guess I'll take it back. Go back.
Can I raise here in the effort of trying to get to highlight those places of agreement that was mentioned? So thoughts on AI, banning, limiting. Okay, so I suggested through 8th. Robin suggested through 6th. Can other people comment? Can we get to a place where we are all clear? Otherwise, we're never going to actually write down what we want to do. So Mr. Moon and then Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, to that particular question, I could give my response, but my suggestion from the beginning was, I think, Ms. Maron, when you began listing perhaps the issues / questions we should be answering, put that up so that we can go one by one and answer. Everybody could, we all could have some opinions on each one of those, or just a few of us may have on few of those.
Do you have an opinion on this one now?
So I will respond to that. Okay, I will do. As I said, I think there have been varying suggestions on limiting the use of AI. I can really go for up to 6th grade, not letting the use of AI in classroom, in schools. But we have no control what they're going to be doing at home. That's going to be up to the parents. We have no control.
Are you agreeing?
What I'm saying is we have no control.
Are you agreeing with Ms. Lady then? So no AI through 6th grade in the classrooms?
6th grade, that's the minimum I can agree.
Okay.
Minimum I can agree. Whether
that
should be whether that should be expanded to 8th and then all year long from the 9th grade. I need to give a further thought. But 6th grade, I can agree.
So through 6th grade, so it would start in 7th. That's what Ms. Lady said. Mr. Moon's agreeing. Who's next?
Ms. Anderson.
Okay, my recommendation would be limited until 6th grade, nothing in the instruction. In middle school, it would only be available if the course description said that it was included. And that way, parents had a decision that they could make a decision whether or not they had a student that entered a course that was, so if you have kids taking engineering, kids taking computer science, like whatever, they would know that it was going to be a part of it. And then in high school is when it would be appropriate. But I do not think, because of the 3 middle schools that we have that start at 6th grade, I do not want to put a grade in there because I think that it is going to cause trouble for us. And we also are going to have to consider what's going on in our secondary schools on how we would differentiate that when you have. But if you have a student that's a 7th grader that is taking a high school course, you would have to acknowledge the fact that you would understand that it could include. But I still would say that I only want AI included if it's part of instruction. It's not just blanketly in there for the sake of it being in there. The other thing that I would say is I absolutely want to teach our elementary kids what AI is and what they need to be careful about, because we cannot pretend that it doesn't exist. So there has to be AI literacy that is happening at the younger grades, so that, because kids are going to be using these things at home, and I refuse to let us go down the same path that we already went down with social media where we ignored it. And so I am not suggesting that we give kindergartners AI. What I am suggesting is that we can start having the conversations about how to keep kids safe online in elementary school, so that when they are taking classes in middle school, that maybe incorporate different technologies. And look, guys, we're talking about AI today, but in a year, it's going to be something else. And so I want us to be careful that's why I want to talk about innovative tech, because we have new things that are going to be here before we're going to be done with this conversation. So we have to come up with a plan on how to move forward with it.
Can I capture what you said? So available in secondary grades if the course description explicitly says?
No, available.
Okay. I just thought, though, you said about, because we have some, whatever. Okay, middle school, if the course description said it was needed, and then available in high school. Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Anderson?
I'm just glad I wasn't the only one who needed to raise the 6th grade issue, because I'm like, you people, you're killing me. I've said this 100 times. 6th grade doesn't work in the Mason districts as a cutoff because the middle school can't do that. One of the things, so thank you. I appreciate that. I have to put that in there. One of the things that I didn't get a chance to get to, which I think will be very helpful in all of this, is where does parent choice live? Because we have some parents who are going to be fine with having their littles use it, but we know the research tells us that's not right. So what I think I'm hearing, also, let me backtrack a little bit, is that there's consensus for AI usage, not literacy, because we teach about a lot of things we don't make kids go out and do. AI usage in elementary school is not going to be on the table, and I'm just doing this so I can move on. So at the middle school level, it is going to be tied to specific courses that are outlined so parents know and have clarity and are signing off that I am good, that my kid is going to use AI. Is that what I'm hearing?
Seems like it.
Because that's what I would also like. It's not just a passive listed AI use is involved in this, advanced class. It's I am signing off and saying this is okay to do. So I am fine with that for the middle school level. High school level, where it seems to be not yet addressed, but will definitely be more likely than not, I'd like for the parent choice to still live there, because not every parent wants that for their children for various reasons. We have kids with mental health issues that they just don't want that to be an access point. And the parent should have the right to say, no, this is not healthy for my child. As I've shared before, I think I shared this at the last meeting, I already have a couple of parents who are saying, I have a note from my doctor. My kid is not going to be using AI or bringing home a computer. We can't be caught flat-footed for that reality. We have to plan for it. So the parent choice for me needs to exist in the places where access is being allowed.
Mr. Frisch.
I think that, excuse me, the conversation around course catalog descriptions is interesting to me, and I'd be interested in exploring it for high school as well, beyond middle school. I think more information is always better, and if the policy somehow has to tackle academic integrity in such a way that it acknowledges the fact that whether the system places a role for AI in the hand of a student or not, students are going to use it, and how are we mitigating their ability to use it for an unfair advantage. Now, you talk to parents, and they will talk about how some will talk about how their child was accused of using generative AI for a paper, and they definitely didn't do it, and the teacher put it into a system to see if they could test it, and that's never necessarily accurate, and one test says something that another test doesn't. So, and maybe this is something Ms. Anderson can speak to given her background teaching in college, but I know a lot of universities are stepping away from certain types of exams to try and ameliorate that issue. It's something that I think, at least in some way, the policy should address a requirement that the superintendent have instructional services or others develop suggestions, particularly in the classes where AI is permitted, that still allow for the testing of true knowledge and writing ability and everything else that goes along with what the soft skills that we're teaching in every class that go along with the hard skills. So I'd be interested. I really like the idea of including it in course catalogs so that parents know. Again, it's not just this is going to get used. It's what is the thoughtful use of this? And for the youngest learners, for all learners, period, regardless of where they enter our system, there needs to be a level setting of what students need to know about AI, whether we're allowing it in that class or not.
Mr. Dannon.
Thank you. I'm obviously very comfortable with the blanket ban for elementary levels, but I also don't want to imply that means usage anywhere else. And so I really like, which I don't think we are, but I like the suggestion from Dr. Anderson that it be some form of like an opt out or opt in above the elementary level. And so I also appreciate Mr. Fish's, I almost said Dr. Fish there, maybe someday. Mr. Fish's recommendations that there's just, the issue is so nuanced, right? When we talk about academic integrity, things like that. So I'd endorse your point too about, looking at standards and so forth. I'm also curious, Dr. Reed, can you just to help us level set, how is AI being used by students in classrooms today? In the division, I've seen a few things kind of pop up. My understanding is that it's generally project specific, where kids are opting in largely. There's also certain schools who've applied to the Play Lab.
So we have Lighthouse Schools, which is a collaborative project with the ISTE, ASCD National Consortium. And that's, I think, going to be starting its 4th year. So we've been collaborative even pre the dawn of AI around innovation and technology with ISTE. And for elective projects, I know there have been some elective competitions that our students have participated in. In fact, I believe it's our Woodson, Robinson. Okay, whoosh, I don't want to make that mistake. We have Fairfax County Public School students who have won the international contest, right, involving that as an elective program. So with regard to any kind of general ed track, I'm not aware of that, but I'll ask Dr. Presidio to comment as he obviously oversees our academic programs, but I'm not aware of that being used in any required or general education course.
No, and again, I will qualify though, and this is why the definitions is going to be so important in the policy section, as a number of board members have pointed out again today. Generative chat feature AI is not used in FCPS, and students do not have access to generative chat feature-based AI. As we've talked before, artificial intelligence has been around for many years and built into a number of different software components. But in terms of the functionality to interact with a chat feature, that is not enabled or used in any of our schools at any grade levels today.
So if I may, and this is why it gets, I think, so nuanced, because I've heard from teachers and parents where kids have been able to access generative AI through various workarounds and so forth. And so, I think we should wholeheartedly support review of standards, whether it's academic integrity, security, SRR, to make sure that we are effectively monitoring and policing that, right, so that kids aren't, like you said, getting an advantage over it. Because it is, like I said, I've heard from multiple people that have gotten workarounds to that. Can you talk a little bit about how well does our current digital, for your average, let's say 7th grader, how well is our current digital literacy at educating them about AI, specifically safe AI usage? How would you rate that? Or is that something that?
So on this issue, one of the things that, again, the board passed a motion on June 11th, which we appreciated, was to create a requirement for digital literacy lessons. Right now, we have digital literacy lessons that we have created and made available, but we've not required them to be instructed consistently from school to school. So one of the things that we'll be working with the Technology Review Committee on this summer is a proposal to have a required digital literacy curriculum, K through 12, in all of our schools starting next fall. So again, that's one of the priority items or deliverables, if you will, for the technology committee to give us feedback on that during the summer.
Okay. So, and just to clarify, we're talking about, moving forward with the courses that include AI being offered in the course catalog. That wouldn't be until at least 2027, 2028. Is that correct? Or would there be, if there's board agreement to this today, would teachers be able to start offering that come this fall or later in the year?
Well, I think it would depend on when the board adopted a policy and where you set that policy expectation. Again, we're not looking as a technology committee this summer to do anything other than develop recommended guidelines for what grade levels. So again, I'm just going to speak to the AI grade level usage issue because we have a number of deliverables for the committee this summer, largely starting with all of the things that the board adopted in their motion on June 11th. But with respect to grade levels, we would be looking to provide the superintendent with recommendations about what grade levels in the future AI might be able to be utilized at. But we're not looking to roll anything out sooner than there would be an opportunity for board discussion and the board to finish their policy and the staff to finish the regulation.
Okay, and just because and this is the discussion, my fear is that there would be unintentionally like a green light to start including AI in classrooms without having the commensurate digital literacy curriculum at the same time, right? So I just want to try and think through the timing for that because I don't want, your average ninth grader to get access to it in a class and have not received that kind of instruction and not have those guardrails in place. So I'm presuming from this discussion that we're taking it slowly and making sure that those sorts of things are in place. So, okay. I will stop there. Thank you.
Sure, I'll go. Just as with my chair hat on, I think it's great. We've made some headway on thoughts on AI access. Perhaps that's a good term to use, access and limitation, not ban. But I've kind of categorized what I think I heard, and we'll turn it back over to you all later to check. AI and academic integrity and AI literacy. I'll take this opportunity as one board member, to talk about AI literacy. And again, now my even more growing concern about the role of this new committee. Dr. Presidio just said a main goal of this committee is to give recommendations on digital literacy. That is not the intent of the committee. The intent of the committee is to inform decisions on instructional technology. We can handpick off the internet or anywhere digital literacy plan or an AI literacy plan is an extension of the current digital literacy. And in true FCPS form, we've just heard that it's not consistently applied. I mean, that's like FCPS 101, right? It's in some schools and not others. The superintendent, with our whole office of instructional specialists and curriculum designers, can design a digital literacy and AI literacy plan. What they cannot do is know what our community wants in terms of what technology is in front of kids. Just like any other advisory committee, they're looking at what's the data. Show me how Lexia helps. Does it really help a first grader? Does it help a sixth grader? Show us. Do we need the device? How much time, our kids use? I feel that for the integrity of this committee to do what it is doing, that we really need to be more involved at the outset and hearing. I know we're going to hear the charge, which is great, but I'm concerned that this committee is going to be sent off on some task that isn't going to help us. I mean, I've been on advisory committees since before I was even elected, like way back in the 2000s. And I know what it's like to be doing work that doesn't get used or that's not the thing that was asked of by the board. The committee is supposed to do work on what technology our kids are using. I'd love to see us pivot to another topic of discussion, but I'll leave it to whoever wants to follow me, but one-on-one devices. What do we mean? Do we want to say no devices pre-K to 2, to any grade? Do we want to say classroom sets? Do we want computer labs? These are all things that have been put out in the ether. What do people think about the policy, including something about the role of one-to-one devices, at least in elementary school, to start the discussion? That's something, as chair, I'd love to see us move toward.
Okay, before I take my turn, Dr. Presidio would like to share.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for folks that are listening. So my comments about the technology committee, and I think we're going to do all the things that you mentioned, but just to read from the board motion that was adopted on the 11th, the board voted in the affirmative to have the superintendent develop recommendations in consultation with the technology review committee, including enhancements to digital literacy instruction. So that's what I was referring to. We're not asking the committee to write a curriculum. We're asking the committee to review the lessons and the objectives that we have, just like we do in FLE, and give us feedback on if they're really addressing the major concerns that the community has. So that's what I was referring to.
Sure, I appreciate that. I was referring to the May 5th vote of the school board on the forum language, which very specifically talks about the committee reviewing instructional tech. And we did have a discussion about whether this was a curriculum review committee, which has very specific steps, like for our basal materials. And to my understanding, it's not. So yeah, that's great if it wants to inform, but the way I just heard it said was, this is their number one thing. And I argue it's not their number one thing. The number one thing is, what are our kids doing in the classrooms and what does the community think?
Thank you. I also was just looking back at my draft policy because I was trying to capture the things from there, and it is one of several, but it's in the charge. And I do appreciate the conversation. I guess I'll speak quickly to devices. I'm okay with no devices pre-K through K, but if we're going to be assessing in first grade on a device, they have to learn how to use the device to do that. And I believe that in regulation it should be very limited because it has to be very intentional and purposeful and instructional. I do have a question, though, that my colleagues have talked about an opt-out at the middle school and perhaps high school levels related to AI that might be incorporated into a course. How difficult, like what's involved from a deployment of computers with our T-specs or somewhere back in wherever, that if my mom opts me out, but Dr. Reed's mom doesn't opt her out, like what does that involve on staff workload? It's just my question. Is that a viable option?
Well, I think, again, that was one of the things that the board passed in the June 11th motion for the committee to provide some recommendations on. So we're going to be looking at all the different ways that we could actually develop some recommendations about an opt-out policy that we could operationalize well.
Yeah, I'm kind of asking, and actually I do appreciate Dr. Pursuit. Mr. Sethi, can you speak to this? Because from the IT side is what I'm concerned about. The T-specs are going to have to block me from having any form of generative AI within my Chromebook, but yet they're going to let Dr. Reed access it because her parents are allowing it. So I'm just trying to get more clarity on what that workload looks like, or if it's even viable to do it that way.
I mean, anything is possible with enough time and money and resources put towards it. That's how IT generally starts, is like, if we can, what you can allocate
So given limited time and given how limited your resources are and how small your department is, let's operate like, I appreciate that. We can do anything, but we are poor and we don't have money. We can't expand where we need to, which is troublesome because, but anyways, continue.
I think the combination of how the teacher would differentiate in terms of lesson planning and delivery would be an interesting challenge. And then from a technology perspective, some tools may be easier than others where we have universal control. Other tools do not provide certain levels of control. And then the choice may be, should we stop using this tool altogether because it doesn't provide that control, which causes ripple effects throughout the division because those tools might be embedded in teacher practices, assessments, and everything else. So it would have to be sort of evaluated once we have, but it will be a series of complex actions to take because right now we do everything universally. We work at grade levels, so we can do grade level policies. If you tell us everything 6th grade and below, I think that is feasible. But within a specific school, a specific grade, it does get complicated, obviously.
Thank you, because I just know that when I was in the system that you make a point of the differentiation of instruction. I mean, we're utilizing UDL, but I do know that if you're teaching a class And for years, we didn't have math books. If someone opted their child out of the device, it was an unbelievable amount of additional work on a teacher. And I actually saw some teachers resign at the end of a school year because of how burdensome it was to do that for one student in a classroom. And I'm just putting that out there in the air because it's a fact, and we're trying to create ways for our teachers to work smarter. And again, I'm struggling to conceptualize what that would look like.
Perhaps that could be a good next step, is to ask how viable it is for parents to opt out. Like, what could that look like? And then if we want to get back, we could further continue on the device use, the one-to-one. So, Robin, I heard you say pre-K to K. I know I earlier said pre-K to 2. And then who is next, Miss Lady, if we...
I believe that we're back to Mr. Moon.
I have been also waiting for a long time. I think between the chair and the vice chair, I think I lost.
You did. I didn't see your placard, but you got to go back before we go back to a go back.
All right, thank you. I did not answer the AI question, and I wanted to make sure I answered that, because then you want everybody's opinion, I guess. I am good with AI in high school to students who want to learn it as their college and not, just learning I should say just the course, the projects, any research they want to do, and maybe for their college preparation. And once they go to college, there's the world is open to them completely. There's no restriction. So, but in middle school, like Ms. Anderson said, if it's required specifically for the course, like my kid who's wants to be a cyber engineer or whatever, and they want to do some course which has some AI tool, then I can give permission for that particular course. So it should be parents for those middle school, and from 4th to 6th grade, I should say, it should be the AI literacy. And I agree, Ms. Anderson, that kids should know what's coming up. We cannot expect them to, because they have access to computers at home, and they're using it without any knowledge and using these smartphones, which I absolutely hate for kids. But that's what it is. We have to teach them, even if their parents are giving them these devices at home and then phones at home, they should know how to use it ethically, how to use it watch out for, bad guys on internet and other things too. So that is very important for those 3rd to 6th graders. So I really like that we are actually going to do that, Dr. Presidio. And then that is my thing is, and also I feel it should be a parent voice as well. It matters. I, as a parent, was very intentional with technology with my own child, but then there are a lot of parents or a lot of kids who don't have access to technology at home. They don't have 4 computers lying around, so that device which goes home is the only device they can learn on. So I'm really thinking about that as well. So I did meet with some parents from the intentional technology group, and I mentioned this. I said, we have to think about everyone. But overall, I would support high school and middle school restrictive use when the course allows. That's my point. We can move on to next topic. Then I can.
Okay, Mr. McElveen for go back, and then Mr. Moon. I didn't see his placard.
Okay, thank you. So I will pick up where Ms. Dixit left off. So I'm fine with Ms. Anderson's formulation of allowing AI in middle school with parental approval through specific course selection, and also Ms. Dixit's point about AI literacy. So I'd combine those two. And I just want to provide the umbrella statement that, that all this accords with our wait until 8th initiative, which is actually wait until the end of 8th grade, right, until 9th. So we are supportive of that. Now to Ms. Mirren's initial question for this section. I agree with her that we should ban the use of one-to-one devices for K to 2. I think we should have language that, particularly in elementary school, it should be used thereafter as developmentally appropriate. I've raised this with individual principals. They're supportive of it. Obviously, I fully understand Ms. Lady's concerns about assessments and things like that, and we need to make sure that we're able to adjust for that as needed. But frankly, elementary school parents are upset with the amount of assessments we're doing in general, not to mention our assessments on computers. So that's where I stand on that piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moon.
Before I go back to the old issue of AI or generative AI, let me first answer to a question about one-to-one device. But before I do that, I'm going to ask just one more time to Dr. Reed. How are devices currently being used in classroom for K-2? And what's our expectation for students in K-2 to use digital devices at home?
So I think it's an interesting question, and I think it's nuanced. As I was listening to Mr. McElveen, I was thinking, I think what I heard was no one-to-one devices K-2, which is a bit different, as I know staff are taking notes, from no devices in K-1-2. So, do you know what I'm saying, like the screen time versus one-to-one? So I think we need to kind of suss that out a little bit. Having said that, I know that there are certain reliances on, I want to say Lexia or ST Math, or some instructional programs. But Dr. Presidio, you may better understand that. And then there are the VALS assessments, the MAP. So there's some assessments and some instructional programs but I don't know if any of those go home. So I'll have to defer to Dr. Presidio on that.
Yeah, so at the primary grade levels, let's say K-2, there's the curricular components that we have, which are very limited. We have Lexia, which is a reading platform that's individualized to students' reading levels. So it's designed to tailor personalized instruction to students to give them extra practice. That's between 30 to 75 minutes a week, depending on if students are on grade level or below grade level. So that's the division usage of Lexia for language arts. Then we have ST Math, which is a math curriculum similar to the language arts curriculum in Lexia, and that's between 30 to 60 minutes per week for students based, again, on where their level of additional practice, individualized practice lies. Then we have required assessments, and we do have the state required assessments, so the VAL, the WIDA, for example, those are administered electronically. And we really don't have alternative versions of those to be able to administer, and again, we'll talk about this with the committee this summer, but some things that we need to continue to consider is, even if we do have alternative paper and pencil administration, how much instructional time is lost if we have to go to an alternative format that has to be scored by the teacher, and then the data has to be entered by the teacher. There's a lot of additional time and workload constraints that have to be balanced by using an electronic assessment. So assessments required by the state, very limited curriculum access. Now, I do know, obviously, from having conversations with parents in the community, that devices are being used more widely now, but from a division standpoint, those are the only uses for the devices that are part of our instructional program. So we obviously can develop screen time guidelines or use guidelines that would be more restrictive than what's happening on a day-to-day basis today.
I do also know that there was a lot of discussion about the importance of that face-to-face time in the classroom. So there was some discussion about the devices being able to go home to access perhaps Lexia at home, or there was a program for multilingual learners that could be accessed at home, because we wanted to really maximize that time in the classroom with face-to-face interactions. I think we learned that in COVID, right? How important when we gather in schools and learning spaces, we want adult to, or human-to-human interactions.
And that's where, again, I think we need to tighten things up, but that's where we've tried to respect parent choice and some of the equity issues that some board members have spoke to today in terms of some families want those devices to go home because they want the extra practice and they don't have other device access available if those devices didn't go home. And then we know other families don't want them to go home for very legitimate reasons as well. So we've got to find the right balance in setting these guidelines.
Having heard what I just heard from two doctors in education, that I will not be able to answer to that question with a simple yes or no at this point. What will be academic impacts of a completely prohibiting use of devices K through 12? What will be the financial impacts on the school system if we have to do it in an alternative way? And also I don't think any of us is asking, maybe I'm wrong about this, to start prohibiting this from upcoming school year, from August 24th, whether school system is ready to be able to implement the policy like that. Unless I have a more detailed responses or satisfactory level of responses from superintendents, I will not be able to give you a straight yes or no to that question. Now going back to artificial intelligence and generative AI that we're talking about, as we're talking about opt-out, putting in the more information and course catalog, and depending upon students' choice, will either students be able to opt out from certain courses, etc. It sounds as if that Dr. Presidio was making this distinction, because as he should, because I was looking at a policy as drafted from the governance committee. There's a distinction between AI and generative AI. When you said that very little, if anything at all, of generative AI is currently used in instruction in classrooms, you meant to say generative AI, not AI, correct?
That's correct.
So are you then saying that AI is currently being used in the classrooms?
I'm saying it's built into and has been for many, many years in the industry into different software programs. So we've discussed before AI.
So if a course catalog needs to make a notation as to use of AI and give a student an option to opt out from all those AI embedded courses, will we be able to provide enough alternatives for students to be able to opt out from all those courses and still satisfy their graduation requirements and whatever they want to pursue?
So that is a very important question that our team needs to deliberate more on in terms of how we would operationalize it. I think we need to understand a little bit more from some of the perspectives of some of the different folks that will be on the technology committee. But the distinction I'm making is the types of AI that we have a lot of concerns with that share student data, perhaps, that allow students to interact with the technology in ways that humanize the technology. Those things are very easy to restrict, right? But if AI is built into an operational software like Adobe that students might use to open a PDF that their teacher has provided as an instructional resource, and we said we're banning all AI, that would be a real problem, right? So there's a lot of nuance in this that we've got to unpack, and I think we need to start with what are the definitions that are going to help us have this discussion, and from there, I think we can develop a policy framework that we can operationalize about what we need to restrict, what we can have access to, and put something together for you. But that is going to take a lot more thought and deliberation.
So for my colleagues' benefits, I'm just raising that as an issue for us to really seriously think about.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're to another round. Oh, no, Ms. St. John Cunning did not have a go back in that round.
Okay, first of all, I think that what is really difficult in this conversation, and it has been for me, and even when I've spoken with parents, a lot of times when I'm talking about technology, I'm not talking about AI. And I think sometimes we interchange that. And I think that creates a lot of confusion and it gets conflated. And I think that with the policies, we have to be very clear with that. Look, I worked in schools for 26 years. The reason I'm not tech savvy is because most of my job was interfacing with people one-on-one and providing wraparound services. And so I didn't have to rely on this very much. Having said that, there are a lot of aspects, exactly what Dr. Presidio just talked about, that if we don't do it this way, it's going to put a huge burden on our teachers in terms of the work. An example I'd like to give you is when our parents applied for free and reduced lunch, they used to have to get a paper application. I would help a lot of our parents fill it out. A lot of our parents, some of them can't, they're illiterate. They need help writing it. It would take a long time to get that done. Then we transitioned into having these applications online for parents. I would still help the parents, but instead of spending 45 minutes filling out the form, it would be reduced to 15 minutes. The parent would get an immediate response. They wouldn't have to stress about, oh, did I qualify? Did I not qualify? They would know immediately, which relieved a lot of stress for parents. And even though I might end up spending that same 45 minutes with that parent, it was not just on the form. It was like, oh, I see that you qualify for free and reduced lunch. Are there other needs that you have? How can I help you with this? It gave me more time to have more one-on-one, to start building the trust, to start evaluating what other needs the family might have. So again, this was not AI. This was just technology that reduced the time that we had to spend on paper and pencil and increased the level of services. So again, I'm talking about technology, not about AI, and I'm talking about doing things in a very intentional way that supports our students and supports our teachers to allow them to have that more one-on-one face time. The other thing is attendance. I mean, attendance used to be done paper and pencil. Now, and my colleague will know. Now that it's done on SIS. It goes straight to the office. There's no calls from the office. Where's your attendance? What's going on? Oh, we know this kid is. You can respond a lot quicker. So those are all these little things that, and these are not even necessarily SIS and is not in the school. So these are the kinds of things that help our teachers and help our staff move forward. Again, I just want to make sure that we separate the use of some technological tools and not conflate it with AI. And that's just what I wanted to say. And based on what Dr. Presidio said, again, the other thing is equity. I have kids and we have families that have never seen a computer or know how to operate it. And if our kids are going to be tested on it, and I know some people, somebody said, oh, this is easy. It's like learning how to do it for dummies. And I was like, well, I'm one of those dummies because it takes me a long time. It takes me a long time to get this down. And so if we're working on the same project and we have the same knowledge base, our scores are going to be different because I'm not familiar with this because I'm like, what key do I push? What key do I not push? Again, not AA, technology. And there are equity issues. There are exposure issues. And sometimes in my job and what I did as a family liaison, I saw that a lot. And some people don't get to see that, and there's assumptions that everybody has a device and everybody knows how to use it. And that's not the case.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
I actually have a question for Mr. Setti. So we use the term one-to-one a lot, but we're also using classroom sets as an alternative. What do you see as the difference between a one-to-one device and a classroom set? Because as far as I see, a classroom set is just a one-to-one device that we leave in the classroom. And so that can be handled by the opt-out that we've already decided on as a board at the last board meeting. So I don't see us going away from having a one-to-one device in terms of just ease of use, that each kid has their own computer that's logged in to them already. But am I looking at this incorrectly?
I mean, prior to going one-to-one, classroom sets used to be some amount of laptops in the class which don't have a login, and any student can go in and start using it for the tool. So you would have like 10 devices for maybe 20 kids in a room, and that used to be because of the cost basis of going one-to-one. After going one-to-one, you can get individualized sort of control of the device, so the students logged in, they have their own account, and we also have sort of traceability controls that we can put in with their login, authentication brings in, and then when they use an instructional tool, it can actually log what they did, just like we were talking about. When attendance taken, you don't have to go punch in 4 different buttons anymore. It will automatically know, which then feeds into the data analysis, which a teacher can get when the student used that tool to take an assessment, say.
So oftentimes, and particularly when we're talking about state testing and things like that, whether or not, I mean, not liking state testing is a different conversation. It's not. Right now, the state testing is on, most of it is online.
Yes.
And so we are going to have enough computers in a grade level in order to complete state testing, which I know used to be an issue related, like, just how it was conducted
Yes.
before there were one-to-one devices. So I just am, and I think that many of the controls, including light speed and things like that, that parents have become accustomed to, are only available if we have a one-to-one device. It doesn't work on a classroom set with 10 computers in a classroom.
You will not get your parent report because that's going to be to your student unless we can find a way for them to individually log in, which means that the students are logging in and out of their devices. If they leave it logged on, the next kid picks it up. They are using the computer. It gets complicated.
So that is where I am perfectly okay with us having one-to-one devices. I am perfectly okay with parents deciding, particularly in elementary school, if they want to leave them at school. I've talked before about secondary and the problems that would create trying to leave devices at home. I will say that I would love us to work with Lightspeed and figure out a way that we could actually set screen time so that as a parent, if I have my student bring their laptop home, that they can't get on something, like it basically just blocks the computer from accessing anything at a certain time. I know I can do that through my own personal router, but again, parents would need to understand how to do that in order to make that happen. I will also say that right now, today, I am okay with pre-K through K not having a one-to-one device. So I don't have any problem with setting that limit now because I think that is a place. What I will say is I do think as a person, my oldest son was in kindergarten when we were advocating having more access to technology because they had one laptop for the entire class and they occasionally would have stations that wandered through certain things. And so I just will say that I think that's probably a point of consensus that we could get to pretty immediately. When we start getting into first and second grade, I get worried about some of the things that we've already adopted, like benchmark and the state testing, which I think gives parents a huge amount of information about what's going on with their kiddos. And so I also think that we need to advocate with the state if we're trying to take those things away before we set that up as a point of failure for the division.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Hopefully I get through all of this. One-on-one devices, I fully agree.
Excuse me. Can we go to 2 minutes? Sorry. In this final round. Thank you.
Yeah. One-on-one devices, I don't believe are necessary before grade 2. That doesn't mean that they cannot use them. You know, I've worked in schools my entire career, and state testing occurred, and the kids didn't have one-on-one devices. It was a set of devices that was used across a grade level, and of course, you know, if you have 2 classes per grade level, 1 makes sense. If you have 5 classes per grade level, maybe it's 2 sets. And if we have our best laid plans, which is intentional use, which is it's not a passive use just to keep kids occupied, then I think we will also relieve the need for that high set of control with relay light speed. Because again, the kids are going to be given the devices to use when it's important to use. So it's not going to be the unfettered access that they have currently. So I am still on the camp of doing something up to grade 2. It doesn't mean they're not using it at all. It means they're going to use it when they absolutely need to use it. The policies, I don't think should be silent on some of these things that we've talked about. It doesn't need to be prescriptive in terms of the exact numbers of screen time, the exact numbers of many of these things that we've been talking about. But just like the grading policy, we set the expectation that these things will be outlined further elsewhere. But it should not be completely silent, because then that means we're not putting a stake in the ground. I'd like to understand, Mr. Sethi, each year, as a parent, I have a long laundry list of things that I need to check for my kids to use. And I got quite a bit of pushback because I didn't check YouTube from some people. Would this not fall under that kind of long laundry list of things that we have to approve of every year?
I believe you're talking about the parent digital consent system so the parent digital consent system currently gives you a series of things that are optional to check on or off. Not everything may fall in that optional box. There may be some things as core which will be delivered. So I think things like Google Docs, right? Google Docs would be delivered to your student because that's part of the core capabilities. So there may be tools that are delivered as core that won't be checked off the box of tools. YouTube would be optional, which you'll have to opt in or opt out of. So there's going to be different sets of tools which would fit into different boxes which get into opt-in, opt-out.
Okay, thank you. And just my last quick sentence. It is not clear to parents that the devices are not to be brought home. I had a parent who sent me not only the language on our website, but collected language from a number of different families, what they receive from their students across a number of grade levels. It's always, the computer must be charged every night. How does that happen if it's not being brought home every night? So there's some work there to be done in terms of setting the staff expectation if bringing the devices home are optional, as was discussed at the last board meeting.
And you just spoke to potentially an energy increase that we would have to pay if we're charging them all in a building.
Not if we limit them.
So, well, we all agree with limiting them. Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. Two things I want to bring up. One, we're having, I think, two conversations around consent and disclosure. One is around devices, and one is around disclosure or opt-out of classes that have AI in upper grades. Fine with the conversation around consent or opting out of devices, et cetera, coming home. I don't think you need both for the purposes of instruction. If the board if the board and regulations are such that course descriptions will include that information, that provides the information that families need to make that decision. Perhaps there's a way to roll into that system when a family has a ban that certain classes aren't displayed, but I worry about families not being able to at least see what the other offerings are that are available to them that may include AI as part of the instruction. And again, a defined purpose behind that use. I do want to ask a couple questions about device use K2, particularly since much of the conversation revolves around making sure that students are prepared for testing. What do we do currently to ensure that students who have devices in those years are prepared for testing?
I mean, obviously, when we give a student a device, we're showing them how to operate the device appropriately, right? We don't do necessarily test preparation for how to use the device to take a test. We help them with the test interface that they're going to interface with, and there is troubleshooting as, teachers circulate the room and help students that might be having difficulty. But I don't think, I'll just say it this way, I don't think there's a real need to teach students how to prepare for electronic tests per se. I think we can do that within the policy discussions with device limits that have already been discussed. So,
yeah,
I do think, just having been near the end of the year visiting middle school classes, in particular math, there are some tools online calculators, online graphing tools that
absolutely.
I actually, the kids were explaining to me how to use because it wasn't necessarily intuitive. So I think maybe it might depend on the content, but there seem to be some tools. And
you and I are saying the same thing. I was
Okay.
just maybe being too concise. So that's what I'm saying. Like, as a student would take a test, we would show them how the test interface would need to work, and we would help them figure out how to access those tools and everything. I'm just saying, as a general matter, I don't think there's a lot of instruction that has to happen.
Right, because as a general matter, many people know their way around a computer. But that's where the equity consideration comes in, is what is a student where that's not central in their family, they don't see their parents using them, et cetera. So, as ETRC has this conversation, perhaps as the board's policy evolves, I'd be interested to know, okay, under what setting or what are the circumstances that provide the adequate amount of preparation so that a student is not disadvantaged in the use of the device for the purposes of testing. Because the last thing I think any of us want is to have these policy changes or these changes in practice go forward, and then to have one of the byproducts be lower test scores because we didn't do our due diligence, right? I'm 100% confident that for most kids, there's no explanation needed. But for the kids who we already work really hard to ensure they have all the tools they need to succeed, we need to make sure that how we proceed here is equally generous.
Thank you. Mr. Dannon.
Thanks. Just real quick, for the prior item on AI in classrooms, I just want to clarify, are we talking about for being okay with elective use only? So, or would there be a path where a kid would need to use AI in order to graduate? Does that make sense? Does anybody disagree with the limitation being to elective courses and not items that are required for graduation?
Can you say it again? Like, how would you see
So,
it in
like,
policy, perhaps?
Exactly. So we talked about in the previous discussion about AI being us being okay with AI being used, or generative AI, whatever the definition we're going to give it, being used at the potentially middle school and high school level for certain courses flagged in the course catalog. Would those only be elective or optional courses? Or I'm just concerned. I don't want there to be a limit on if a parent does not want their child to be using generative AI at all throughout their career at FCPS, would they be forced to take a course at some point in order to graduate, just because that was as part of a required course, or we're talking about just elective courses?
So the question is, would a required course require AI use?
Well, I'm saying, yeah, for future, yeah, just getting a board sense of that. Okay. And again, I'm trying to look at the underlying interest here, back to the one-to-one device question. I'm trying to look at the underlying interest here and not just the fixed positions. If I may, it sounds like the board's general sentiment is towards a reduction in screen time, correct? Is that fair? Yeah. Regulation of screen time. Okay, good, because we have a resolution on Thursday. We're voting on it that states that, and I've heard from majority of folks here that support that. So that said, I support whatever gets us to that, right? Whether it's a one-to-one restriction or something like that. And I agree with the early point that we need to put a stake in the ground to provide direction, but letting regulation adapt as technology adapts, right? So setting guardrails and so forth. And my other concern is just if we take away certain tech, we need to really make sure that we are replacing it with something, right? So with the laptop or the cell phone policy, for example, are we making playgrounds? Are we expanding access to playgrounds and things like that? So if kids aren't on their phones, they have something else that they can do. So again, I support this, and the last thing I'll say is I really think just our policy needs to reflect the term of, and I've heard it amongst the table a number of times, us being intentional, right? Because I've heard a lot of teachers that were very passionate about using it in intentional ways and being very restrictive, and I think there's shared agreement that we want to be intentional in the classrooms, just trying to get to that. And so again, I'm looking forward to the work of this group in the committee.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon.
So I'm not going to repeat everything my colleague just said, but I agree with K-2, they don't need to take devices home. They can use it to learn. And again, a lot of kids just learning the right way to use the computer and how to use it, that's also a digital literacy. And we could use that time when they're learning to test, or also like how to open different tabs, how to kind of, use the computer properly. And so they're not overwhelmed when they're in third grade or fourth grade when they're using it more. So the K-2 can use device at school when needed, not at home. And I think, again, everything comes out to be intention behind it, right? So if you're using it for instruction only, and then taking the device away as soon as the instruction is over, that's what it should be, right? Like when my kids were in a school, many years ago in the kindergarten or first grade, they didn't have devices that time. They used pen and papers, and they were working. I think 6th grade was first time when my son got a laptop to take home. And then I don't think those kids did a very good, got a good laptop also, or they got a Chromebook. And I'm going to say Mr. Setti was so bad that they were not, he was like, I'm not going to use this computer. So we had a desktop at home, and that's what my son used in front of me while I'm watching what he's doing, and did his work, play his game for a limited time only. So I think it is, again, I believe in a partnership between parents and school system. We can definitely do some changes here, but I feel like a lot of these things can continue at home, and problem is this, we have to balance this somehow. So I want to bring the parents in the conversation more than, more and more. So thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a final go back. Just a couple thoughts. First of all, obviously, instructional purposes, intentional, quality, and for assessments. A good point was made. The immediate feedback on one's learning through a Kahoot. It's a tool, but I get immediate feedback on whether you're following me, or I need, without calling out kids, I can say, whoa, I really thought they grasped X concept. I'm going to have to reteach that. Because in the Kahoot, 2/3 of them didn't get it right. So there are so many ways in which tools give immediate feedback to teachers to pivot, to reteach, to better scaffold, to better teach. That's what we want. The best teachers in the land, in Fairfax County, utilizing whatever they have access to make sure our kids are learning. When we talk about the course approval thing, I got to speak as a DSS. First of all, few parents read a course description. They don't read them. We now have insist that they go put a check mark in the courses your student has signed up for next year. But there's no mechanism to click on that course and have the description drop down. So we're talking about a lot of things that sound great, but in practicality, I don't see them happening. We are probably going to, in several years, have an AI required course for graduation maybe in the state of Virginia. So obviously we'd have to deal with that. DE classes, college credit classes, there's AI being used there. So I would be much more comfortable with, if a elective course, to Mr. Dana's point, uses AI, then don't pick it for your kid. Then us basically trying to differentiate in the classroom who can and who can't use it. It would be more along those lines. And again, I don't know what it looks like in core. Right? If you're taking multivariable calculus, I don't know linear algebra. DNA 1, DNA 2. These are classes that I guarantee are using some form of AI. So we don't want to limit learning. And so for that point, I just think we need to be careful. So this is a fantastic conversation, and I think that I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mayer to sort of summarize where we're headed. But again, I love the fact that we are all in agreement of guardrails and intentional use of technology for instructional purposes.
Thank you. Well said. So just as myself, I'm going to be putting forth the next step, asking about really what is the specific data around what our pre-K2 students are using. I appreciated the information about ST Math and Lexia, but let's really understand how many times are they on a device for the vowels, the MAP, the WIDA, the NGAT, the NAGAT rather. So I think the more we can understand what's actual and not what we think is happening will help inform us. I just want to share, I had an interaction a few weeks back where I was at a party with families and, much like me, and I saw a parent hand a baby in arms a phone, and I just took a breath, but I didn't say anything because it's not my place. But that is the future. That's what we're in. So I think it's really important to focus on where we're going, and whatever happened, it's done. And the best of us are trying to battle screens, and it's hard. So, as chair, I'll share, Ms. Lady and I discussed, and we're proposing this as the next step. We'd like to send both these policies to the superintendent into her care and take what we've offered here and start to fill it up with that content, and then have one of the first work sessions of the school year be including a presentation by the superintendent and her staff on these two policies, which we will get in advance, that we can come with questions. So that's, am I representing that right, Ms. Lady? Is that accurate?
And I think out of fairness to staff, is that viable, that perhaps by a work session in September, you could take a lot of what was discussed here and have perhaps a draft of each of these policies?
I think that I'm going to have to rely on the notes that the clerks have been taking, because I'm not sure that there was no consensus conversation about like some of the specifics, like the grade level or the type of restriction. I think we can do drafts with maybe leaving that level of detail out at this point, because I don't want to mischaracterize what I think the majority of the board thought on some of those topics.
I've got
but again,
copious
I haven't
notes.
looked at the notes.
I've got copious notes, happy to share.
Also, the clerk has sent us the next steps document for next time,
Yeah.
and that is a good place that we can all, this is one place where I definitely suggest that we should use this document and put our notes in, and that way we will have a consensus so that the superintendent will know what the board's direction generally is without, this isn't a vote, but it does give consensus so that there is an understanding of the direction that.
Madam Chair, I think there's an AI tool to get a transcript of this discussion today.
Thank you, Mr. Moon.
So great work, everyone. This was really productive, and we'll pick it up, in the fall. We can certainly talk together one-on-one and whatnot. But with that, this meeting is adjourned at 5:34 p.m.